Hello, ladies and gents, whether you're here for the live or whether you're here for the replay, hello, hello. I am Tamika TTC. If this is your first time joining the live, welcome. Whether you're watching it on replay or not, if you're part of the fam and you've been here for a while, welcome back. All right, y'all. Let me just say, I'm tired. Do I look tired? I'm tired. I got my Stimmin Ain't Easy shirt on because Stimmin Ain't Easy. The last time I did a live, I was showing y'all my medications that had come. Um, I did film throughout this cycle. My egg retrieval is tomorrow morning. You all asked about my supplements. The only way to get y'all that in a timely manner is to come on here and do a live. So let me know who's in here because I see two watching. So if you're in here, let me know. Hey, Arlette. Hey, lady. Welcome. Glad you could join. So I'm just, all right, it's three in here now. So come on in. I'm trying to give y'all time to come on in. I know I'm a little impromptu with my lives, but child, I got to make sure I got the energy to come in here because y'all be having this going and I want to give y'all the best I got. You know what I mean? It has been a rough week. It's been a rough 2 weeks, right? I've been stimming for 12 days. I took my trigger shot last night. I'm gonna get into why I'm worried about tomorrow in a minute. Did I hear you say egg retrieval tomorrow? Tomorrow morning. Yes, egg retrieval. I've been stimming. This has been the roughest stem situation. This is my third go at an egg retrieval. This is the first go for baby number two. I have not enjoyed this, y'all. I don't think any woman enjoys IVF, right? I have not enjoyed this at all. Um, hey, Destin for greatness. Thank you, Arlette. Thank you. I have not enjoyed this at all. What can I say? What can I say? Okay, so the whole cycle started weird. It was a fight from the beginning. Just to give you a recap of like this year, I intended to do this last year. And try to get pregnant and stuff. Thank you. Oh, y'all hear him in the background. Yeah, he's around here. I'm trying to keep him quiet so he is fed, he is hydrated, and his little TV is on. Y'all can't hear that in the background, but it is. And I'm just trying to keep him at bay so I can get through this because I am so exhausted. So all right, I'm gonna give y'all the tea from this year. So if I can recap, I was trying to do this last year. Things were just so stressful. 2021 just couldn't get it done. So by the end of 2021, I gave myself a goal that I had to call this RE and set up an appointment by the end of January of 2022. January, I think 30th or 31st, I made the call. Don't know why I was incredibly nervous to make the call, but I made the call to the RA, scheduled the appointment. Earliest appointment I could get was March. Okay, waited for March, went to the appointment, did okay with that. It's a new RE. The clinic that everything is happening at is the same clinic that all my procedures happened at, like my egg retrieval and my transfers happened at this particular clinic, but this is a new doctor. So I like the embryologist there. We have a rapport. I didn't know any of the doctors. There are two doctors at this facility, which is Vieira Fertility Center, and in Melbourne, Florida, which is an hour away from where I live. Right. So this was already going to be rough as it is because now monitoring, instead of being 20 minutes away, is now an hour away, all of that great stuff. So at any rate, had the appointment in March. That went well. I liked the doctor. He seemed to be really big on education, educating the patients, educating the staff, all that great stuff. I brought him the crib notes on my protocols previous, my IUIs, my egg retrievals, brought me all my transfers, the medications, the dosages of medications, all of that. He gave me my preliminary preconception blood work. Thank you, Arlette. Yes, thumbs up the video. Smash that like button. We got 7 in. watching right now. So yeah, so got that blood work done. Was expecting to have like a follow-up. Hi there, sir. Was expecting to have a follow-up appointment to talk about that blood work, especially because my hemoglobin in that blood work was 9, right? So I was exhausted all the time. I just thought I was just tired. I getting enough sleep. Turned out my hemoglobin was low. My iron was extremely low. So I started correcting that, started taking iron supplements. Okay, fine. No. Never, cover your mouth. You don't cough. Cover your mouth if you're going to cough. So that never got scheduled. What they did schedule though is an HSG, which I had to call in on my next cycle, which was happening like within the next 2 weeks. So I got in to have the HSG. The doctor wanted to have that HSG to see if I had, because when I had the HSG done 4 years ago, my left tube was blocked, completely blocked. It didn't fill. The right tube, the radiologist had mentioned on the report that I had a mild hydrosalpinx, which would have been damage to my right tube. He wanted to be sure that the hydrosalpinx did not. Excuse me, sir. I need you to no. I said no. Are you listening to mommy? Mommy said no. Do not do that. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be better, but he's trying my patience. He just hit the camera. Come here. Come here. I just knocked my computer over. I'm trying to remain calm. Come here. He's been acting a total fool. So now you sit here. You want to hand it up to the camera? You sit here. Okay. So you have to be quiet. You have to be quiet. What did mommy say? What did mommy say? Right. In soft voice, you have to be quiet. Okay. So so got the HSC done. He wanted to make sure there wasn't a hydrosalpinx, an actual hydrosalpinx there, because my previous RE, even though the radio, go ahead, get down, go over there and play with something. So even though the previous RE did not see a hydrosalpinx, he felt like the radiologist made that report a lot on people. Maybe, I guess, to help people with IVF or whatever. I don't know, but he felt there wasn't, that he did the test himself. He didn't see the hydrosalpinx in the test. He didn't see it in ultrasound. He didn't believe it to be there. So we moved forward with IUI. However, even though I had insurance coverage for IUI, because of that report from the radiologist, my insurance declined to pay for the IUI, basically saying that both of my tubes were damaged, right? One was completely blocked. The other one had the mild hydrosalpinx. And so because of that, they refused to pay for the IUIs. I ended up paying for my 3 IUIs out of pocket due to that radiologist report. Now, the reality is, even though insurance declines to the pre-authorization for the IUI, listen, you need to stop. You need to stop right now. You're not listening. Where are your listening ears? Where are your listening ears? Show mommy your listening ears. You want to go to timeout? Do you want to go to timeout? Timeout. Then go timeout in that corner right now. Since that's what you want to do. Go timeout in that corner right there. And you stand right there and don't move. Sorry, y'all. He has been the most this week. And because all the hormones and all the stuff I'm going through, I just don't have the patience. But that's a nice break. I'm going to come in here and catch the comment. All right. Hey, Lady Leo. Yeah, you probably would have got me on the phone. I would have just texted you. All right. Mama Braden. Jada's here. Look how much. Yes, girl. Yes. Every week, y'all. Every week. Yes. Congratulations. All right. The mama look was hilarious. Listen, I've had years of perfecting the mama look. I've been an auntie since I was 7, y'all. Years of perfecting. I'm trying to maintain my cool, but this one here is acting a fool. What did mommy say? Get them. You are supposed to be in timeout. Go back to timeout right now. You want to go to timeout? That's what you said. Go back to timeout. Yes. Go back to timeout, sir. Well, then you sit right here and you maintain quiet because you were not listening to mommy right now, and mommy does not appreciate that. Yes, we hope baby doing safe as well. Both well. Have a seat, baby. All right. Okay. Baby sister Joyce said yes. All right. So, at any rate, I had the. Excuse me. You need to get down. Have a seat. So, the new RE was concerned about there being a hydrocele because even if there was no or a mild hydrocele, being pregnant and having a C-section could have made that worse. So he wanted to make sure that that was not the case. So we did the HSG, no hydrocele. Left side still completely blocked. That wasn't a secret. But no hydrocele on the right side. So that was good. Aside from the HSG, he did say that he thought my uterus was weirdly shaped. Uterus is shaped like a triangle. He felt like the top of my uterus should be more straight. My uterus had a little bit of a dip, right? Or I don't know which way. It's like a little bit of a curvature, right? Which I believe to have something to do with the fact that I had a fibroid. A very large fibroid sitting on top of my uterus could have caused that shape, or the surgery itself could have caused that shape. I believe that shape was there with my first HSG. The other doctor did my fibroid surgery, so he didn't make a big deal about it. What did mommy say? You're not listening to mommy. Sorry, y'all. You're not listening to mommy. Have a seat. Have a seat. This is not a game, young man. Mommy's not playing. Okay. So, come here right now. Come here right now. You're about to have all your privileges revoked because you're not listening. I said, come here. Come here. Have a seat. I'm not playing. No, have a seat and face this way. Because you want to ham it up for the camera. Mommy doesn't have time. Not today. No. You sit right here. And you face the window. So, no. What did mommy say? You don't have to go potty. That is a lie. Mommy does not like it when you lie. Okay. Excuse me, sir. Mommy does not like it when you lie. You think it's funny? You're about to not be laughing. You want to get embarrassed on the internet? Because that's what's about to happen. You want to get embarrassed? You're about to get embarrassed. Mommy's not playing. Okay? No. I'm about to put your tablet up. No more tablet, because if you're listening to mommy, tap your nose. Right. So you're listening to me when I'm speaking. If you don't behave, mommy will remove your tablet. Mommy is about to remove your tablet. Keep being disrespectful. You get one more chance. It's your decision. No tablet or tablet. Mommy does not like this behavior. 1, 2. Think I'm playing. 3, 4, 5. I'm not playing. I will put your tablet up. You need to sit here and you need to be quiet. Or if you want to make noise, you have to go over there. So go over there and stop being disrespectful. If I have to tell you again, no more tablet. You understand? I think you do. Goodbye. Goodbye, sir. You want to be over here, you have to be quiet. It's quiet time over here. I'm not playing with you, sir. I'm not playing with you. No, let mommy go. Don't touch. Mommy's work is never done. Mommy's work is never done. Oh, yeah. I love you, baby. But you have to behave. Mommy does not like bad behavior. Hey, this is Living the Hope. Oh. Y'all, my community of single moms in 2023 I plan on looking at all my options to become a mother, foster parent, and embryo adoption, etc. Child, be ready. This one just turned 3. Oh, I miss Miss Lex Lex. Hey, Miss Lex Lex. Hello. Welcome. I'm just getting everybody up to speed. No, I need you to get there. You cannot sit there. Cover your mouth. Cover your mouth when you talk. Cover your mouth. You need to sit down. No more tablet. I'm done. I'm done talking to you. No more tablet. Excuse me while I go get the tablet and put it up. No. He's gonna have a meltdown. I apologize. Don't listen. Just respect me. That is what happened. Why you on the tablet? Now all of a sudden you care so much about it. I apologize. We'll see you in a minute. Are you done being dramatic? You let me know if you're done being dramatic. No, you cannot sit there. You can sit here. Are you done? Are you done? Because mommy's not playing. No, sir. Don't say it, Arlette. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Stop it. Cut it out. Okay. Stop. No. Stop. No, you're the one embarrassing yourself. So when you're done, you let me know when you're done. Fake tears. Fake. Stop screaming. The people that will. If you're listening to mommy, tap your nose. If you're listening to mommy, tap your nose. He's intentionally ignoring me. This is a game he wants to play. I am. Are you finished? Are you finished? Somebody hasn't had their nap yet. Okay. So apparently that's what he needs. He's already eaten. He needs a nap. Right. Random false experience. Oh wow. No. Don't touch. No, don't touch it. No. Don't touch it. Listen here. You're not using your listening ears. No. The next thing is going to happen is mommy's going to turn off the TV. No, you want mommy to turn off the TV? No. Then you need to start behaving. Okay. Calm down. See what I deal with? No, calm down. See what I deal with? No, you calm down. You need to start using your listening ears. Quiet time. Mommy is speaking and you need to use your inside voice. If you keep screaming, mommy's turning off the TV. 1, I'm not going to say it again. 2, 3, Have a seat. That's it. There goes the TV.
No.
He's never had enough.
No.
But nap. There goes the TV. Bye-bye. Because you think you can do, you think, he thinks he can do what he wants. I'm here for all the shenanigans today. No, you were not listening to mommy. That's your consequence. That was your choice. So have a seat, sir. We'd all appreciate it if you stop screaming. It's quiet, calm down. You want to know what it's like to be a single mom? Let's sit right here. Have a seat. Come on, is it nap time? It's nap time. Yeah, let's go to sleep. Let's go to sleep, man. Yeah. It's nap time. It's time to have us asleep. You know, like, if you get in trouble and I keep talking to him, he doesn't like it. Nobody cares about the 4-year-old. I'm not looking forward to it. We just got the 3-nager. Are you done being dramatic? Are you done? Why are you crying? Tell mommy why you're crying. Because you made the choice to not listen? Is that why you're crying? Yeah, so let's have a nap then. Let's have a nap. Oh my, yes. Oh my, you catch that, calm down. You catch that? That's what I'm dealing with. No. Come on, let's lay down. Nap time. Yes, Lucky, they are cute and we love them, okay? They're cute and we love them. That's the only thing that keeps them from getting put out the house, okay? I'm telling you, it takes a lot of love to have the level of restraint one needs to deal with it. And I don't negotiate with terrorists because that's what toddlers are. So I don't. I'm giving him options for making sound decisions. He's making the choice to have things taken from him. I've given him options. What I learned with my nieces and nephews is that we underestimate them and their ability to make decisions at young ages. So if you give them the opportunity to decide between a consequence versus doing what they're supposed to do, most of the time they'll make the right decision. And that's at a very young age. I mean, like 4 or 5. I realized my nieces and nephews could do that. So I'm trying to instill that in him now. I've been doing that since he was like maybe about 2 and really could articulate. So no, leave the light switch alone. It's nap time. So now I give him an option between a punishment and doing what he wants to do. He gets the fair warning. He knows what's coming. So when it happens, he's not surprised. He might not like it, but it is what it is. Excuse me. So if you cannot be quiet, then you'll be placed in another room. You have to be quiet. It's nap time. No, you cannot get down. No. What is wrong? Tell mommy what's wrong.
I'm going to sleep, mommy. We're going to how you have to.
No, sir.
I'm really how
No, sir.
Mommy.
That's a big boy. You're a nice mommy. I feel awful if he would have rocked himself to sleep in bed or on the couch.
Okay.
I mean, that's the thing. He followed me over here. I didn't ask him to come over here when he was crying. I turned the TV off and he came over here because he knows that if he wants to sit in the corner and cry, he can do that for as long as he wants. I'm perfectly fine with that. The crying doesn't bother me. However, he thinks if he's in my face, it'll bother me more. No, you cannot get down. No, it's nap kind. You're gonna get down, you're gonna go nap, you're gonna go get in the bed. Is that what you want to do?
No.
Okay, so have a seat. No, have a seat. This is part of your punishment. Have a seat. No, no, no. Mommy's not allowing you to get down. No, sir. That is not how you get what you want around here. No. No. Here. Don't play with my water either. What the kid doing? He is being a 3-year-old. Hi, Matthew, son. I don't want you to let my kids decide if they want to smoke cigarettes or not. Serious questions only. Sorry. F4 is the intelligence comes before emotional regulation and impulse control. Yeah. Yeah, the emotions are all over the place, you know, so it's hard to manage that. Oh, I wouldn't call myself a guru. That's not at all. I'm still learning, but you know, like I said, I've been an auntie since I was 7. I've watched all my nieces and nephews, so I've sort of developed my sort of authoritative techniques. I'm not the parent, so there are certain things I can't do with them. So, you know, I try my best. There are days that I do fall short. I'm human, you know, so it's not perfect every day. And he's not like this every day. But when he is, it's attention seeking. I recognize it as that. And I have to address it accordingly. Right now, I'm on a live, so I can't go, let's pause the live for 10 minutes so I can give him direct attention. Because that's what he's doing. He got direct attention before I came on the live. Tried to do that. I tried to make sure he had everything he needed, build up that attention bucket, but he doesn't want me to do anything other than pay attention to him. Excuse me. No. Mommy does not like that. Mommy does not like that. Mommy does not like that. So you need to stop.
Water.
No, you had a drink of water. That's your excuse. He's also learned to lie before 3 years old. So the lie he likes to tell, I have to go potty. I want a drink of water when he's not really thirsty. Now he has to go potty. He doesn't have to go potty. Now it's kind of sort of a lie because if I call his bluff, he will push out a few drops. So technically he had to go potty, but he doesn't really have to go potty. Have a seat. Have a seat.
No, I want you
because you just went potty. You don't have to go potty. You weren't interested in going potty. You want to get down. And mommy said no, you cannot get down right now.
No.
So do you want to go you want to get in the bed and lay down? You want to take a nap?
No.
No, I know. So let's turn around. Because I'm the parent. You're the child. He wants to go anywhere but sit here. Because I'm restricting him. He doesn't like restriction. So he wants to do anything but sit here. But when I asked him to go play somewhere else, he didn't want to do that. So now since he doesn't want to listen, this is what he has to deal with.
I want to go potty.
Do you have to pee pee?
Pee pee.
Do you have to poo poo?
Poo poo.
Which one do you have to do?
I want to go potty.
No. Do you have to pee pee?
I want pee pee.
Or do you have to pee pee or poo poo?
I want poo poo.
He doesn't have to go potty. Lies.
I want to go potty.
There's a potty right here. You go to that potty and you come right back. Go to the potty and you come right back. See, I call his bluff. He'll sit there, he'll do something, but that's not really what he wants to do. All right. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Miss Lex. He's not so handsome when he's throwing his tantrums, though. Okay. My son never wanted to be in my lap. He was never attention seeking. All kids are different. Yeah, this one here. Stephanie Bozeman. Listen, y'all watch Housewives of Potomac. You know, Zen Win. I ain't her. Okay, I'm not Michelle Obama. I'm very calm externally. I've had a lot of practice professionally in controlling my outward. I'm boiling on the inside. I am. I'm trying to stay calm because it doesn't serve him to not be calm, right? If I turn up, he turns up. And so that's what I'm trying to practice. That was the advice I was given, was to check myself before checking him, because it was getting to a point where he was just too turned up. And the fact of the matter was I was already on 10, so he went to 1,000, right? And I did notice that if I checked myself before checking him, the responses that I got out of him were a lot better. So I'm trying to do that. But don't get me wrong, on the wrong day, or I should say the right day, he gonna get the turned up version of me, and I could care less how he turns up. The only problem with that is when I am like that, sometimes I literally just have to release, and I am literally just screaming, not at him, but just screaming to the air to release all that pent up tension. The problem with that is it freaks him out. He is so incredibly scared at that situation. Sorry, y'all. Hopefully this live didn't stop because he knocked the computer over again. Okay. Yeah. So let me know in the comments if the live is still going. I believe it is. Looks like it stopped. Okay, it looks like it's still going. So I think it's okay. But it freaks him out. It scares him to the point where he cries. And I don't like that. And it was to the point where I was screaming at him so much, he was just screaming at me all the time. And I wanted to put an end to that while I could. So I have been working. I'm a work in progress. God ain't done with me yet, but I'm a work in progress. And so I'm trying to keep it copacetic because he has other levels above this. Okay. And so do I. And I'm just trying to keep it together. It's been a rough week. I know I am extra sensitive and very low on the tolerance because I'm stimming, and stimming ain't easy. Okay. And I got all these hormones running through my body right now. And I know that I'm just extra on edge. And I know that about myself. So I'm trying to keep it copacetic. So not just because I don't want to get turned up on the live, right? Then y'all be calling CPS over here. Or me. I don't need none of that smoke either. But it is just I'm trying my best. It ain't easy. It's hard. But it requires practice. And unfortunately, but fortunately, the kid gives you all the practice you need. But sometimes, some days I ain't here for it. I'm just not. I'm just gonna be honest about that. That's the hardest part, our emotional regulation. Right. And when I'm not together, I can't expect him to be together, but I can't respond to him and my not togetherness. So sometimes I try to reel it in, because in reality, if I were at work, I can't turn up like that at work. I'll be jobless. Right. So if I can control it at work, I can control it for him. Right. His emotional well-being is worth that. Right. Just like I need to save my job and not turn up, I can save his emotional well-being. So I try. I'm telling you, there is nowhere for me to go to just scream without him realizing that that's where I'm at, So I try. I try. Thank you for the compliments, because it means I'm doing a good job, at least right now. That's good advice, girl. Thanks. Self-awareness is huge. Yes, and I got that advice because I asked my chiropractor, because she has a son. Her son is like 8, 10, something like that. And I said, how do I deal with this boy that just doesn't seem to listen? He doesn't want to do anything. What can I do? And she said, listen, Y'all come in here. I watch you. You two are two peas in the pods. You could not be closer. She said the only thing I could say, and then another woman had come out of the office because we were outside in the parking lot, and she is a child development counselor or something like that. And I was like, I know about the attention buckets and the power buckets and all of that type stuff. But sometimes he's just not having it, and I'm not in the place. And I have been on edge. I've been stressed out from work and all of that. And she said, just check yourself first. Your energy is just only amplified by him. So I gotta check my energy. If my energy is already on 10, he's just gonna amp that up 10 times back at me. So your kid is a megaphone. What you put in him is gonna come out tenfold. And so sometimes I'm here for the megaphone. Other times I'm trying my best to keep it one level. And sometimes that takes taking a breath, counting to 10, walking away, stepping away. And sometimes he doesn't want to step away from me. There are times I don't want to be touched. Don't hug me. Don't kiss on me. Don't hold on me. I don't want to be bothered because you're not listening. I'm upset with you. So don't touch me. And he doesn't understand I'm at that point. And so I feel bad, but he has to understand that mommy needs her space. Just like he needs his space when he's upset, mommy needs her space too. So I do take a few minutes to take my space, and then eventually I come back to him, love, cuddles, I love yous, and all that great stuff. So it's okay to take your space and be like, don't touch me, mommy needs a minute, but not for too long because then, he might take that negatively. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. This is just how I'm working my way through it. I ask other parents for their advice. Sometimes I get more than I need, but, I said, I hear you, girl, but I don't know how I'm going to do that. But I tried it. I made sure I was calm. I spoke in calm tones and all of that. But that gentle parenting, I wasn't raised on no gentle parenting. Let's just put it that way. And I don't know that I can do that all the time, right? I'm here for it when I'm here for it. But all that gentle parenting stuff goes out the window when I'm not in a good place. And so I have to find a way to get back to some middle ground between gentle parenting and where I'm at, right? When I'm not in a good place. And we're all just works in progress. Don't beat yourself up. If you just happen to be there, just as long as you continue to work on it, that's it. If I have a blow up, I don't beat myself up, but I just continue to work on it. Eventually, he will see most of the time. But there are some times where I'm going to blow up, and he has his little blow ups because every time he gets mad, he throws something. I don't throw anything. I don't know where he got that from. He wants to pick up everything and throw it across the room. And so I'm trying to keep him from tearing up my house. You know what I'm saying? So you get punished for throwing stuff around. I don't care if it's your stuff or my stuff. We're not going to throw nothing around my house because he's getting older. His arm is getting stronger, and he has thrown things and hit me in the face. Ooh, child. I was on a meeting. He threw something at me, hit me dead in my face, and I swear he doesn't miss. It's like he aims for my face and he doesn't miss. And I have to woosah. My son just hit me in the face with something. I need a minute, and I go on mute. And I deal with him. But in a way that he's not, on 1,000 because I got to come off of mute, after that minute. So, excuse me. This is one of those moments. Get up right here. What is your problem? What is your problem? Because you were not supposed to touch that. You were not supposed to touch that at all. No, this is not a gentle parenting moment. Not at all. Because you done got in something you ain't got no business in. And told you not to touch it. That's what happened. So everything ain't gentle parenting, y'all. He just got pitched in the thigh. Because some things require that. Excuse you, sir. I knew you was a little too quiet and too calm. Move. I need you to move. Because you were testing my patience, sir. You really are. I only got so much of it. And you tested it. You will get embarrassed. Do not play. I got my supplements over here, y'all, and not all of them are child locked. But apparently he went up under this toy to get in the bag to my supplements, had one open, and was literally spreading them all over the floor. He already knows not to touch them. I'm not playing with you. I already said no. You're trying to be sneaky. Don't start. I'm quickly reaching my wits end because this one here is trying it with everything in him. He's trying it. Okay. All right. This ain't even what the line is about. How did it go? You can't move it on the home. I don't know how to manage. Fine, because all the medications were in the morning. So I would get up in the mornings. Most of the time he wasn't even awake. And I was in the kitchen when I took all my shots. And if he was awake, it was just excuse me. Mommy doesn't want these people don't want to hear you screaming, and they want us, mommy. Are you ready to take that nap now? Are you ready to take that nap now? You ready to take a nap? Okay. We can take the nap now. Sorry, I think the flag just came out with my ear. Because I don't. Okay. Hush. Must be the plug. Hang on a second, y'all. See, I'm right here. Gotta be the plug. Halfway. Yeah. So he's trying my patience because he knows I'm on the computer or the phone or whatever. But anyway, yeah, it was fine. All the medications were in the morning, and then I was done for the day. So not an issue at all. He was right there for my trigger shot last night, even though it was at 10 p.m. He was more inquisitive about what was going on, but he watched me stick myself with quite a few needles. I mean, I got insulin in here. He watches me stick myself with the insulin all the time. So I think he's just more inquisitive about it. The hardest thing is maybe keeping his little hands off the counter, which he did reach up. I got a video of me telling him no, because he went and grabbed the Menopur bottle before I was done with it. And so, but that's just the thing. I always got trouble with him reaching and grabbing things off of the counter. So other than that, that was fine. As far as taking the meds, you know, being on the hormones and being like this all the time with a toddler, that's a whole other story. And you're getting a glimpse of it right now. Excuse you. No. 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 Have a drink of water. Have a drink of water. And don't play with my water, please. Because he likes to play with it. No screaming, just firm directives with no compromising. I mean, come on. Sometimes he's listening, sometimes he's not. And they do that selective hearing bit where they just ignore you. You could be in their face. They just ignore you like you're not even speaking to them. It's the most frustrating thing ever. And the other thing that frustrates me is when I'm trying to tell him something or something is dangerous or whatever, he laughs like it's funny. Laughing when I'm upset is like the quickest way to bring out my peace. It annoys me so much. And that's probably the biggest fight I have, is him thinking it's funny when it's not funny. No, you lost your privilege to TV because you were not listening to Mama. So no TV. All right. Appreciate it. Glasses. Frosted option of here myself. Oh. Tamika, I appreciate your honesty. Emotional regulation is hard. Another note, Meg. Yes. And I should also mention I have not had acupuncture in 3 weeks. 2 weeks is about my limit before I just about lose my mind. So that is also where I am in this present moment. So this is a job, y'all. It's a job. It's a job. I'm not in the best of places. And if I can get him to calm down long enough so y'all can hear me, get down off of the back of my couch like that. Okay. I'm picking and choosing from different parenting styles to figure out what works for us. Some of how I was raised, changing to parenting, some together parenting so far. Yeah, you gotta. Kids are different, and even with different children, you gotta use different methods, right? Because what might work for one kid doesn't necessarily work for another kid. So you almost gotta switch it up by the individual, their personality, and all of that great stuff. Come here, come here, come here. Let mommy fix your clothes or your
Clothes.
pull up or whatever.
I want the clothes.
It's time to take a nap because you're on 1,000 because you need to take a nap. You're tired.
The clothes.
Let's take a nap, sir.
You want the clothes?
Yeah, you need to redirect him ASAP.
Yes, I want the clothes.
No throwing in the house. What was he touching? He had, what did I say that he shouldn't touch? Oh, I think he was trying to touch the light for the camera. He's always touching something he's not supposed to touch. That's the other thing. I could have stuff here for years that he's never touched, but when he's looking for attention, all of a sudden it's the thing he wants to touch. No, 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 no. You see the people?
I see people.
The people are seeing you right now, acting a whole fool.
I have the people.
Yes. Hi to the people.
Hi to
Yes,
people.
Arlette, let's share. Because this is real. So if he can't get up to you, say so or make him a thing. Girl, they're telling him he can't get up. He's got too much of a ball of energy. He will try that. So the only way to really keep him from going anywhere is sitting him right here, which clearly he doesn't want to be. So he would be knocking this camera over and everything. So he has to learn to listen. That's the biggest issue I'm having with him right now, and I'm worried about him going to school because that's what they're going to tell me. Your son doesn't listen. I know he doesn't listen unless you got some suggestions on how I can get him to listen. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying different things. Excuse me. I'm trying different things. The pinching is like my last resort when I'm just done and over with and I'm done talking. No. But I've read articles that are like, make sure the child is listening to you before you give them a command, which is why I do the, if you're listening to mommy, tap your nose. But he knows that. And so even though he's listening to me, he won't acknowledge that he's listening to me. And so that's when he starts getting things taken from him. Listen, cut it out right now. Mommy does not like that behavior. So you stop screaming. You hear what I'm saying? If you're listening to mommy, tap your nose. If you're listening to mommy, tap your nose. You don't want to listen to mommy? Mommy's going to put all the toys out, and there will be no toys to play with. It is quiet time. You need to find your inside voice. Find your inside voice. He likes to try the patience. I do run out. Plain and simple, I do run out. I'm trying my best. Yes, shots were in the morning.
Don't worry, we'll be help. Look, the master come here. They hold in the car.
Oh no, I don't feel sorry. The rocket is, let's take a nap. I don't feel sorry at all. Yeah. That's just my style. Yeah, I don't mind him making noise, but don't sit under me and make noise. That's what he needs to understand. You want to make noise, you go over here, you play with your toys, and you go make noise. So he's got the whole other room. I'm on one side of the room, like the room ends here. He's got the whole room over there to do what he wants to do. But you want to be up under me, I need you to be quiet. So you don't want to be quiet, you don't got to be over here. Bye. Get going. All right. Yeah. All right. Definitely more than I like, especially since I'm not really calm. Yeah, it's hard to not get there, but you need to release the tension some kind of way. And you know, sometimes I don't want to yell at him, so I just release the tension just by screaming outwardly. But unfortunately, he's sitting right in front of me, and so it freaks him out because like when I'm screaming like that, that's something he's never seen, right? Or not, I'm not gonna say he's never seen it because he's seen it a few times. But it scares me. Me, and I'm not trying to scare him. I'm literally just trying to release my own tension. And it works for me, but then it freaks him. It freaks him out. So, you know, there's a balance in that too. Yes, I let it super calm. I appreciate y'all being real about this and not trying to front. No, there's people that want to do this, and for me, it's like I come on here and I don't ever want anybody to think this whole single mom thing is all peaches and cream and apple pie and sprinkle birthday cake, right? Cake batter. It's not. There are really, really hard moments. Here, you can feed yourself. Why am I holding this? Take this back to the table, please.
No, like
excuse me. You put it back on the table.
No.
Put it back on the table.
No.
You hear him? Then you're done with it. I'm not gonna sit here and hold it.
Okay.
So you can put it back on the table, or I'm gonna put it here. You're gonna feed yourself. I'm not gonna feed. I could blame him for the spill I just made, or I can blame myself. It's beefaroni. Of course it made a mess. I'm not gonna blame him for it. For the beefaroni that's sitting on my carpet now. I'm not gonna blame him for it. Nope, I'm gonna eat it though. 5-second rule. It's my carpet. Whatever. Judge me not. I didn't have lunch. He did. He refused to put this back. I flipped the spoon. That's why we have wipes. Get the stain up quick. I got some carpet cleaning I'm gonna be doing soon anyway. So I'm not mad at this, but I'm more frustrated at him and the fact that he brought this bowl over here. He didn't have to. And now I've made this mess. Simply because he didn't want to take it back. But I'm not gonna blame him. Nope, not gonna do that. I wish he could hear you, Arlette. I wish he could hear you. I'm telling you. TT, another TT said, listen, buddy. Nope. He does what he wants. Oh, I'm not going to say my next option. School will be here before you know it. I don't want you getting daily phone calls. Exactly. He hands it up for the camera. He does. All right. So I'm going to catch up on the comments. So we'll get back to it. One of the hunter gatherer tips was less direction, but not essential to there. Not so quickly ignore since you're not doing as much talking. I'm still testing it out. I mean, I did have one lesson because, like, the sitter says that he cleans up his toys. He tends to not clean up his toys here. I did see this one article that was like, or no, I don't know if it was something I saw, it was a video or whatever, and the lady said, give them very specific directions. So now when he like dumps all his Legos, instead of having him just saying clean up everything, I will say clean up the Legos. He will, sometimes with a little defiance, he will eventually get to cleaning up the Legos. So he knows how to clean up. He knows the cleanup song. He doesn't want to do it when he doesn't want to do it. He knows, I guess, where he can do it and where he doesn't. But he understands cleanup. When he don't want to do it, he don't want to do it. But when I'm upset with him, I focus on the one thing, no matter what else is out, and I say, clean up those Legos. That is your job. Get this bag and you clean up every single one of these Legos. And he will clean every single one up. It might take him a while. He might defy. He might try to distract himself or whatever. But eventually he gets to it. Put it back on the table. Put it back on the table. You took it from over here. Now put it back on the table. Thank you.
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
No.
Okay.
So
that little piece of advice worked. So there are little tidbits, little things that I can try that I've been trying. I've been successful with, and you just gotta try these things out. And eventually, you find your way.
I know. Which baby?
I tried your if you're listening technique. It worked on my son once. The next time he was like, I don't want to do that. It doesn't work on him all the time. Like you saw him defy it. There are moments where it works really well, and there are moments where it doesn't work. But I want to make sure he's listening before I give him a command. So if he's being defiant and not tapping his nose, or it doesn't even have to be tap your nose, it could be pat your belly or pat your head or whatever, just an acknowledgement from him that he's hearing me. I know he's hearing me, but I want him to acknowledge that he's hearing me. And that's the defiance. He doesn't want to acknowledge that he's listening, but I know he's listening because he'll do something else like, or whatever, or he'll do something else that is like, I don't want to do that. So what that turns into is you're not listening to mommy. So now this is what's going to happen because you're choosing to not listen to mommy. No, the TV is off, sir. I came over here and tapped this remote. The TV is off. No, sir. You lost your privileges to the TV. Excuse me? He just kicked the box. Excuse me? You have to find something else to do. Play with something else. No TV and no tablet. Come here. Come here. What did mommy say about throwing things? Do not throw things in the house. Okay? That is not how you get what you want. All that screaming. I don't know where that works, but it does not work here. So, he doesn't always do it. You just see him not do it. You saw him do it and you see him not do it on a lot. So when he's not doing it, I just take that as defiance. You just don't want to listen to mommy. So now we're in a whole other arena. It's not even about what I'm trying to tell you. It's about you not wanting to listen when mommy's asking for your attention. And so now you get punished for that. Get down. So punished in a different way, but punished altogether. No TV. Mommy said no TV. Excuse you. I'm not gonna fight you today. We're not gonna fight today. That is what I like to call the blank stare technique, where I look at him like he's crazy and not respond to anything that he does. That's what he wants out of me, is a response. And when he doesn't get his response, then he resorts to something different. Usually he tends to go more disrespectful, which does get a response because disrespect will not be tolerated at all. Right? You don't even get a warning on disrespect. Come over here. Come over here and have a seat. Come over here and have a seat. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what happens when I get to 5. 5. Have a seat, sir. Have a seat. Sit down, and you have a seat right here. And don't move.
No.
What did I say? What did I say? You're not listening. You better find your listening ears. You better find those listening ears. Yep. He got pinched in the thigh because you don't have to count and you don't listen. That's what happened. You're not listening. So it's the last resort. Oh, well. Okay. I heard men do that with women, but in children, I'll have to look this up. Do what? Destined for greatness. Do what? What do men do with women? Mommy must have balance. I follow your authenticity. No, who has time? Acupuncture is my time, right? I go every week. I've not been able to go because I've been stimming and I've had appointments an hour away from home in the morning in the work day, which is Friday, that I usually go to acupuncture. So I've not been able to do acupuncture. Unfortunately, the acupuncturist that I go to only works Tuesday and Fridays. They close early on Fridays, so I have been unable to do it. It's just been a really, really busy time. Like, work-wise, my work schedule is super busy. I do schedule in all these other times and things, but when things start conflicting, it is what it is. And so that's the other thing about this cycle when we get back to it is acupuncture and how I've not exactly been happy with my acupuncture experience through this cycle. But that's a whole other thing. We'll get back to it when we get back to the cycle. But back to the parenting thing. I agree. Hashtag realness. Oh goodness. Yes, BJC. I don't want to do that. I'm glad it's not just my son who acts out like this. Sometimes I see so many similarities between him and Mr. Hey, Stevie, I didn't even see you coming. He's 33 in April. I had no idea how difficult silence can be. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Disrespect is a no, absolute no. And you wanted another language? Spanish? No. German? Yet. Right? No, and no. Oh, the hunter gatherer. I'm not familiar with that technique. I can't even say I've heard of it before, but I mean, is that like a control thing? When you say don't limit? No. Let go. Let go, sir. Let go. Come here. Come here. Come here. No, it's time. It's time. Quiet. No, it's quiet time now. Yes. Yes. Because you're doing too much. You're doing too much. It's nap time. It's nap time. Yes. Nap time. You're doing too much. Nap time. 1. You should have been eating them. They've been sitting over there now. They're cold. That was your second service. No. You want any excuse to get up. No. No. What did mommy say? What did mommy say? Mommy said what? What did mommy say? You don't have to go potty. You don't want to take a nap. It's nap time. Oh yeah. It's nap time. Sometimes they have to learn. Resistance is futile. Mommy! Look, I'm gonna give him a little bit of what he gives me. Okay, okay, calm down. Okay, okay, calm down. Okay, calm down. Okay, calm down. No, stop pushing on mommy's neck. Okay, calm down. Okay, okay, calm down. No, you don't like it, do you? Neither does mommy. Calm down. He's strong. Mommy's stronger, love. No, no, no. And this is why I'm tired of him. Because I end up having a fight with him like this. And it wears me out. And then I need him. Are you finished? I guess not. Stop pushing mommy in the neck. Not nice. You hurt mommy that way. You don't hurt mommy. No. Lay down. Lay down. No. No. Stop pushing mommy in the neck. That's very dangerous. You don't push people in the neck. No. What's wrong? What's wrong? No. Tell mommy what's wrong. Tell mommy why you're upset. No. Tell mommy. No. You cannot get down. Is that why you're upset? Because mommy won't let you down? Is that why you're upset? Is that why you're upset? Because mommy won't let you down? But you're not behaving. So mommy wants you to sit here with her. No? You need to relax. Because you're very tired. You need to relax. You're very tired. No. You're very tired. It's from a book, an anthropologist who studies cultures. Oh, praise toy TV. Apparently, it's talking. This sounds very complicated. Yeah, I definitely have to read up on it. It's very complicated. A lot of moving parts. I don't know that I have the brain capacity to remember all of that. But I mean, it's a process. Parenting is a process, right? So he will come down eventually. I thank y'all for your patience. And, while I deal with him in this manner, because we've been on here for an hour and I haven't even been able to get him. I'm coming. No. No, sir. No, you sit right here. No. No. No, we're gonna sit right here. You don't want what? What's wrong? You hurt your arm? Okay. You can put your arm down. Mommy wasn't even on your arm. No, not okay. Stay right here.
Okay.
Are you calm now? Are you calm now? Are you calm? You sure?
Okay.
No. Mommy wants you to stay right here. Stay here. No. When he gets like this, he just needs to be reminded to relax, and then he goes down. Excuse me. When I came on, he was very calm and quiet, but as soon as I started talking, he started turning up. So definitely attention seeking. What did mommy say? Mommy said stop. Now you knock this computer over again, you're gonna have a whole other problem. Have a seat. You have a seat right here. This is what you can do. You have a seat right here and don't move. Nobody's killing you. Into you. Why are you crying? Why are you crying? Why are you crying? I don't understand why you're crying. Have a seat. Yeah, you don't want to sit still. That's your problem. You don't want to sit still. And mommy's asking you to sit still. Cover your mouth. You okay? No, just have a seat. What do you need? Oh, you want mommy to have an arm around you? Okay. Mommy can do that. No, calm down. Why are you crying? I can't understand you. You have to speak up. Tell mommy why you cry. Tired? Sleepy? Nah, he's just handing it up for the camera, y'all. Okay. While he's quiet. Where were we? On the cycle. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, I didn't have the hydrocephalus. That was great. He was concerned about the shape of my uterus. The RV. He wanted me. Sorry, I'm like going all the way back because this is where we were. Where it just got derailed by the topic. No, have a seat. So he wanted to do what is it? It's on the histogram, the water sonogram. And so I'm like, okay, well, when do I come back to do the water sonogram? Again, I had never been back, had a follow-up appointment on the blood work. Nothing was ever done. We were trying to shoot for July 8th retrieval. He gave me a whole checklist of items that I needed to do. I needed to get my mammogram. I needed to get a pap smear. I needed to get the HSG done. I needed a chest x-ray, an EKG. I needed medical clearance from my primary care physician, my endocrinologist, who was managing my glucose, and a maternal fetal medicine. Now, I don't mind doing all the tests. My issue is with getting the clearance from these other people. Because they get to inject their opinion about whether I should be pregnant again or not. And it's just like I had one successful pregnancy, nothing has changed. I was hypertensive then, I was insulin resistant then, pregnancy went beautifully. Why do I need a whole risk permission to get pregnant again? Either way, you know, trying to get all that stuff done before July. Give it too much. So I just said, well, let's push off July to the next opportunity. Unfortunately, the next opportunity to do an egg retrieval was September. So we skipped August and then September. Okay, fine. So we're shooting for September. Then we go on vacation in July, catch COVID, right? Because of that, I could not step back in their office until I was PCR negative, which took 3.5 weeks. So what happened was I couldn't get in for the anesthesiologist clearance, so September was out. Next opportunity was November. So I'm like, okay, then we'll shoot for November. I got all the other stuff done that had been hanging around. The chest x-ray had been hanging around. And so I got all that done. I didn't get the medical clearances, right? I kind of got like a verbal okay from the endocrinologist. These folks are just not willing to put their names on a piece of paper, right? Everybody said the same thing. The primary care physician, go potty, and you come right back. Since you gotta go potty, and you come right back. See how we change his tune? Go potty, and you come right back. So, both of them said the same thing. Now, I didn't want to go to the MFM without all the tests, but so I never even scheduled an appointment with the MFM. But the reality is, both of the other doctors said the same thing. Well, why do they need me to sign anything? They're like okay with me trying again, but at the same time, they don't want to put their name on a piece of paper. So that's like the hardest part, right? So, are you finished? Then come back here. Mommy said come back. You're all finished going potty. So come back here. One, come back here. Pull your shorts up. Pull your shorts up.
Wow.
Let's keep this still a family show.
What?
Pull your shorts up.
What's the lady?
Come on.
Wow.
So I never got like paper clearances from them, right? So we're trying to get everything together for November, and now all of a sudden he's saying he wants to do the water sonogram again, because when we talked about potential protocols, potential things that could happen, it was possible that, you know, maybe my embryos weren't doing well, and in an attempt to save them, they would want to do a fresh transfer, blah. But he was still concerned about whether my uterus was going to be good and all of that. But see, now all of that, the scheduling, because I went into the office, had an appointment. They said, "Oh, we'll call you back to schedule the water sono," and then they didn't call me back until like a week and a half later, and then all of a sudden they didn't have enough time to get it done because the doctor went on vacation for a week and all this. And I was like, well, if you had scheduled me while I was there, or even the next day from when I was there a week and a half ago, I would already be on the schedule. This wouldn't even be a problem. So that was like moving into an issue where maybe I couldn't even get into November. And they were like, oh, well, we're doing another one in December. And I'm like, no, what you need to understand is that I've already hit my deductible this year. My deductible starts over January 1. I need to get done what I can get done this year, people, this year. So I just said, so they were like, oh, well, I don't know with the schedule, blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay, all of this is dependent upon when I can get in for a sono, a water sono. What if I took the fresh transfer off the table, right? Let's just take that off the table. Whatever happens, happens. We just do a freeze all. Now I don't need the sono anymore, right? Can I get into November? So that's how I got into the November cycle. I was already on birth control, had been on birth control for almost 3 weeks. Now they're talking about pushing it out to December. No, the birth control was driving me crazy. What I didn't realize is that I think the birth control was driving my glucose up, which had my irritability up here. Have a seat. No, we're back to having a seat. You needed to go potty. You needed to go potty. You went potty. Now you have a seat. No. So now they're like, okay. And I'm like, well, I've been on this birth control. Am I going to be able to get off the birth control and start the stems? You know, so then it was this kind of like mad dash to submit for the medications, and then the medications came, all of that great stuff. So essentially they had me stop birth control, since I take the birth control at night. They had me stop the birth control Friday night because they were saying Saturday was going to be my last day. But she was like, well, if you're taking it at night, then yeah, the last one will be Friday night. And then they had me come in on a Monday, right after that Friday, for the baseline ultrasound. And I'm like, that's odd. No, you're not getting up. You pushed it on the floor on purpose. No, you're going to have a seat right here. Perhaps you should. No, you had the SpaghettiOs already. Now you need to take a nap. You're going to sit here. So, stop it. You stop it. So have a seat. Okay, you're making my food good, but you're gonna have a seat while you do that. So basically, they have so I stopped birth control and then went in the right Monday for a baseline ultrasound. My cycle hadn't even started yet. So I go in for the baseline. It wasn't even just baseline. It was baseline. They told me to bring my meds in. I brought my meds in for the med teaching, and then they intended for me to start my meds that Monday. And I'm like, okay, I haven't even had a cycle yet. Get over here and sit down. Have a seat. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. 1, 2, 3. Turn around. So I thought that was odd, right? So now I'm starting the sim meds, and the cycle hasn't even come down. It's been what, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, almost 3 days since I had it. When you stop birth control, it takes 3 to 5 days for the cycle to drop. And my cycle hadn't dropped. I felt like it could drop at any moment, but now I'm on these meds. So now I feel like my body's confused because I'm supposed to be ending a cycle and starting a cycle at the same time with the artificial meds. Have a seat. Okay? You're starting to hurt mommy now. Mommy does not appreciate it. You need to have a seat. So I'm like, I appreciated a baseline ultrasound where I wasn't on my cycle. Appreciated that a whole lot. Problem was I was confused at what was happening, and I didn't know if this was just something they were doing because they were trying to squeeze me into November or what. Now, so Monday became Stims day 1, and Tuesday is 2, Wednesday is 3. So I'm gonna say Monday, nothing, just feeling like cycle was coming. Tuesday I had brown spotting. Wednesday I had pink, not even pink, it was red spotting. And then so it was Tuesday brown spotting, Wednesday red spotting, Thursday cycle actually started. It was a typical day 1. And now Friday I'm back in their office, Sims day 5, for a monitoring ultrasound on my cycle day 2, which is like my worst cycle day ever. So with all my TTC, and this is the worst, that I gotta be on the table with Wanda of the hoo-ha, right? And I'm like so completely uncomfortable about it. It's been 4 years since I've had to do any of this, and I'm like halfway embarrassed, halfway uncomfortable. Have a seat. Have a seat. Hold on, y'all. Right. You want my attention? You're about to get it. I'm not playing. Because you're hurting my arm now. Have a seat. Have a seat, Jaden. I don't have time for you now. You can sit right back here. I'm done. I'm so done. You're being defiant. Mommy doesn't want you. Have a seat right here. Have a seat. No. Have a seat. He's okay. You see his little baby. He's all right. I'm not even leaning on him. I'm just blocking him. So now I'm just over his shenanigans at this point. My cup has boiled over. Okay. This is way too long. I've been dealing with the shenanigans. So anyway, so here we are at this monitoring appointment, and the doctor, who is not my doctor, the other doctor, he just happens to be doing the ultrasound this particular day. He's saying, okay, we have some follicles here, because at my baseline, I had on my right side, they saw 1, maybe 2 antral follicles. On my left side, which is my dominant ovary, or was traditionally my dominant ovary, there were, I want to say, 6, maybe 7, or 5, maybe 6 antral follicles. I gotta consult the videos to see what it was, and so I was a little disappointed at my right side. But again, that's not my dominant follicle, my dominant ovary. Are you done? No. Now you have to get full level restriction because you don't listen. No, have a seat. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Have a seat. You got yourself into this awkward position because you don't know how to sit still. You don't have to go potty. You just went potty. Cut it out. You can't sit and hit me in the back because he wants to get up. What is your problem? You see the people? You're embarrassing yourself. You're doing this to yourself. What is wrong? No, you don't know how to act. Mommy has been telling you for the last hour. Mommy has been telling you for the last hour. You've not been listening. I've taken your tablet. I've turned off the TV. There is nothing left but restricting you physically. You need to take a nap. Choose a quiet time and take a nap. I gave you an opportunity to run around. You did not want to do that. So now you have to sit here and you need to be quiet. Okay, what? What are we saying okay to? See, he thinks this is a game. Apparently, he was playing one. I wasn't. So he's relenting, but he's not really relenting. Sit up. Just have a seat and don't move. Are you done, baby? Are you done? Are you finished? Are you finished? No. See, fake crying. As soon as he saw himself on the camera, all of it stopped. Miss Lex, I swear I will come back to you. But I'm going to answer your question. Yes, he still goes to the in-home sitter. Have a seat. Right now, he's the only kid there. She gets all his attention. Am I the only one that believes in letting kids cry themselves to sleep? No, I believe that too. The problem is he won't stay in the room to cry himself to sleep. He won't stay in the room. He'll get into all kinds of shenanigans. Have a seat. He wants to do what he wants to do. Now I'm done trying to be nice about it. Cover your mouth. So he's tired. He's fighting it. And we just have to deal with him acting this way. Yeah, she had 5, but he's the only one now. All the other kids are in like BPK or kindergarten now. So right now he's the only one. Have a seat. Have a seat. No, not in my lap. You have a seat in the chair. You better stop hitting me. What did mommy say? So anyway, yeah. So at the monitoring appointment, the doctor says that there are follicles here, but they're a little smaller than we would expect on STEMS day 5. But the reality is that it was really my cycle day 2. So were they really too small or what? Right now, I did have blood work. Have a seat. All that crying is just fake. But I know y'all don't want to hear it, so I'm trying to just get him to be quiet. Have a seat. Have a seat. What did I say? What did I say? I said it's quiet. You want to go to time out? Yeah, time out right here. Time out and be quiet. Time out and be quiet. So anyway, so when the blood work came back, my estradiol was only 77, if I'm remembering the numbers correctly. And so I was very disturbed. Have a seat. See what happens when you don't listen to mommy? You hurt yourself. I bet that armchair was really hard when you popped down. I can't feel sorry for you. I cannot. Because that's what happens when you do not listen to mommy. You hurt yourself. Mommy's telling you to have a seat for your own safety. But you don't listen. 1, 2. So yeah, so I'm upset about my 77, but at the same time it's like 77 is not bad for cycle day 2, but not so great for Stims day 5, right? So I don't really know what this means. I'm not used to the cycles being yeah. Yeah. Letting them cry. So yeah, so I'm not used to starting Stims before the cycle comes in. Have a seat. So I didn't know what to think of the blood work. So I'm trying to trust the process, right? New doctors, new process is new to me. I don't know what to expect here. So I'm just trying to trust the process, but also not drive myself crazy because, you know, they like to tell you how old you are when you're 42 going on 43 and, you know, trying to use your own eggs and all of that other great stuff. I'm not going to keep repeating myself. Have a seat. So so they told me to come back on the next Monday, which was this past Monday. Came back the next Monday. My blood work was now 388. So I felt great about that rise over those 3 days. So I'm like, okay. Then I come in on Monday. Follicles are, what did I say? The follicles are doing what they're supposed to do. Still a little small. So they asked me to come back on Wednesday. So I come back. Every time I come back for the monitoring, I do the blood work. And the blood work came back, I think 5. Oh no, it was 315, and it came back, I think 588, or was it 388 and 515? Whatever it was, it came back over 500. What is your problem? No. You want the attention. You got it. What is your problem, sir? What is your problem? I'm not laughing. You do not hit mommy. Are you if you're listening to mommy, tap your nose. Tap your nose if you're listening to mommy. You do not hit mommy ever. That hurts mommy. You do not hurt mommy. Don't put your hands in my face. No. Are you listening to mommy? No. If you're listening to mommy, tap your head. No. If you're listening to mommy, tap your head. That's what I thought. Y'all can't see him. He's off camera. If you're listening to mommy, tap your head. So you're listening. You do not hit mommy. Mommy said, sit over here and be quiet. That is what you do. Have a seat right now. You better stop hitting me. If you hit me one more time, I'm going to pinch your thigh. That is a promise, not a threat. So, So I'm tired of talking to you, Jaden. I'm tired of talking. I'm tired of talking. You think everything is a joke. I'm not playing. I'm not playing. Arlette, to answer this question, to be determined. All right, to be determined, because I don't know. Because I gotta let me get through the STEM process. And then I'll explain to you why I'm having a hard time. I have enough sperm to do another egg retrieval after this, but I'm strongly considering doing another egg retrieval, but I'm on the fence still, and I will tell you why in a moment. Have a seat. So have you finished? Resistance is futile, young one. Resistance is futile. You might as well lay down and have a nice nap, because you're doing way too much right now. So so I have that, and he's like, okay, they're a little bit small. Were they a little bit small? I think they were a little bit small on Monday. And then I came in Wednesday, they were better, right? And so they started me on the Ganirelix because the follicles got big. Now what was surprising is that, have a seat. Most of the follicles at the first monitoring appointment were on my left side. By the time, now there were follicles on my right side, which I said only had like one, maybe two antral follicles on the right, but I had 3 juicy follicles on the right side, plus 2 like super small ones. So I thought that was promising, considering they didn't see very much antral follicle while I was on that right side. And I thought the left side, those other follicles would keep going. By the time I came in on Monday, I only had 2 follicles on the half a seat. Mommy's not. Don't touch me. Sorry, had to give him the glimpse there. Have a seat and don't move. So I was kind of upset that there were only 2 on the left side, but then all of a sudden I seem to have like 5 on the right side. So I'm like, you sure you're not switching the sides up or whatever? But I'm not telling them how to read an ultrasound, right? Or how to do one. FAC. So I'm like, okay, maybe the right, because that was where the 3 juicy follicles were. So maybe that's the side. And I'm glad it's like perked up, right? And so so now they wanted me to start the Ganirelix when I got home. But was that Wednesday? Or was that Monday? Cover your mouth. I can't remember. Whatever day that was, there was an issue with, well, it had to be Monday. There was an issue with my car, and I was supposed to go home and start the Ganirelix, but I didn't get home until 4 hours later instead of an hour later, because I had to take my car and get it in the shop. Have a seat. You calm down. My voice is starting to raise, and so you hear him say, okay, calm down. So anyway, I started the Ganirelix in the evening, and then I was to take it every morning after that. So I think the Ganirelix started on Monday. I don't know. This is why I filmed through the whole thing. I'm just trying to give y'all like the brief synopsis. At any rate, I'm getting sick and tired. I'm getting sick and tired of talking to you. Have a seat. I'm so done. I'm so done. You are trying every single inch of my patience. Have a seat. So no, no, I'm trying. Oh my gosh, Miss Lexlex. And it's known as a belt. No, never used a belt. Have used my hand. My hand. I hurt myself trying to spank him. He just laughs it off, which just makes me even more mad. What I've learned is if I pinch him in the right spot, he gets the drift. It's not a tickle. He's not laughing about it. He knows I'm in business. So that's what I'm going with for now. I'm trying to stay away from the belt, although I don't really own any belts. So, and I don't want to, be like how I was raised and find other things to swing. You know what I mean? So, it is what it is. But he's being extra defiant because he knows my attention is not 100% on him. If I were just laying on the couch playing on my phone or watching TV, I would have none of this right now. This is all because I'm on the phone and we're talking. That's what this is about. So I apologize for the interruption, the disruption. It is what it is, y'all. It is what it is. Yeah, I hurt myself. And the thing is, he light skinned. Okay. And I feel like I'm trying to get him to see that the spanking is not a tickle. And he welts or he'll turn red. And these are all things you have to be careful with because nowadays, you can't, he's light skinned and breathing easy. So even a pinch will leave, like if I pinch his arm, it will leave a bruise on him. So I can't send him to school like that. They'll report me. CPS will be so up here. And I don't have time for that smoke. So I'm trying to find ways to deal with him without doing that. But unfortunately, the pinching is the ultimate last resort where I really, really, truly get his attention and most of the time cooperation. As you can see, the pinching's not really working because he's got a little bit of extra energy from where I don't know. But yeah. And it's crazy because I had an appointment yesterday and I left him with my neighbor and they were like, he is just the sweetest thing. You could tell he was raised with so much love and this is that and the other. And I was like, oh, he's cute. He's sweet, huh? Am I the only one that he's mean to? He's so mean to me, and even the sitter is like, well, as soon as you come and pick him up, he does a 180. He's like a totally different kid. Oh, so he's just mean to me then. When I tell people he's so mean to me, they're like, oh no, he's so sweet and so loving and so this and so that. I get abused. Everybody else get the fun version of him. You know what I mean? So anyway, I'm trying my best here to live in it. So it's hard though. It's hard. Girl.
Huh?
Oh, no need to apologize. Thank you.
Huh? My tail. Oh, my tail.
Use your hands.
My tail.
On each other, I believe you'll be in possession of a belt, even for display or threaten, gives you a more authority standpoint. Yeah. I mean, maybe. I don't necessarily subscribe to sparing the rod, right? I do believe in spankings, but in my mind, given how I was raised, I feel like it's a last resort, right? If timeout or taking things away will work, then let's do that. The reality is he's only 3, right? He's only got so much patience. He's only got so much sit still in him. And when he's unhappy, he's unhappy. He doesn't understand the rest of it, and I don't think that I can necessarily beat that into him either. Right. So, I mean, I've seen, I've seen people spank their children for reasons that don't need to be spanked. Like the one young lady was walking, I presume her son, and he wasn't walking fast enough. Well, he has shorter legs than you, honey. He's not going to walk as fast as you. Right. And so she bopped him in the back of his head, and he went forward and almost hit a concrete post. And it's just like, was that even necessary to bop him in the back of his head because he's not walking fast enough? Like, if he's not walking, like he was a little kid, like probably about as tall as him, so maybe 3, maybe younger, could possibly be 2. Baby G is tall, for his age, so maybe he was 2, maybe 3, and I was just like, if he's not walking fast enough, perhaps you should have him in a stroller, so for me, I firmly believe that there is a very thin line between abuse and discipline, right? And when you're angry, like, you never spank a child while you're angry, because that's how you cross the line of abuse. And I'm very sensitive to that, right? I come from a family where all kinds of things were thrown across the room, frozen pieces of meat, shoes. You got whooped with everything from a belt to an extension cord, basically a bunch of wires that were tied at one end, metal belts that had leather belts that had holes that were lined with metal. These things are meant to hurt, right? Discipline is not supposed to hurt you. It's really to teach you a lesson. And unfortunately, that lesson has been in pain, right? So I don't necessarily want to give a lesson in pain, but you do want them to understand unpleasantry, right? So I want the discipline to be unpleasant, not necessarily painful. You get what I'm saying? So for me, being raised the way I was certainly raised, with a belt. I can't say how early I was getting hit with a belt, right? Because I don't remember getting hit with a belt like at his age, right? And I remember my first day of kindergarten. So it's just like, I don't know. So I'm trying really hard to not use pain, but get the respect factor in there, right? I do think that it is necessary for children to have a healthy amount of fear of their parents, because that sort of roots the respect. Like, oh, I know my mama and I don't want to, tick her off. So let me let me be good, or what have you. I need that to be sitting in the back of his mind, yes, but not because he's fearful that I'm going to hurt him, if that makes sense. So I think that's where I've reached discipline. Also, like I said, I've been an auntie since I was 7. I have never spanked any child that I have babysat, because I have an aversion of spanking children that don't belong to me. So I have a long history of developing my sort of disciplinary actions that don't involve spanking. Now, he's mine, so I can spank him, and I do, but the spankings come out of my own frustration, and where I am mentally. It has nothing to do with him or the fact that I want to spank him, right? It's not my intention to spank him, but sometimes I am that frustrated that I can't bring to my mind anything else to do but a spanking, right? But when you're in that mindset, that's the mindset where you shouldn't be spanking, because that's how you cross that very thin line between discipline and abuse. And I am very aware of that very thin line, right? I've been whooped with switches. Go outside, get a switch, a stick from a bush or whatever, where, the twigs that were sticking out from the switch left, scratches that were bleeding, and things like that. So having been raised that way, and I'm not going to, knock my parents, like, they know how they've been raised, right? So most parents are going to do what was done to them. And it's about breaking cycles, and I've always been, because I was a child babysitting other children, I've always been very averse to spanking children because they were not mine. So that's just how I came up. And, see, look, sleep, out cold. Look at him. sleep. All that fussing and fighting. Now we can get somewhere. But anyway, I'm just averse to the spanking. When I get super frustrated, I move to the pinching because that works. It at least calms him down for a minute because he understands that hurt him is unpleasant, but he doesn't cry for more than a few seconds. It's not a long thing, but he knows it's coming. So he will, when I count to 5, he knows that's coming. So he understands what happens, what the consequence is when I get to that point. But yet it still is kind of sort of a game. Because it's almost like he wants to see me upset. It's crazy, but kids, right? They want to push you to the limit. They're always pushing their boundaries, and they really want the boundaries. You know what I mean? They really want them. It's about setting them. It's about sticking to them, because trust and believe he knows where he can get away with this kind of stuff. And I'm not going to sit around and think that the sitter he goes to all day is spanking him all day and that's why he behaves for her. I know she's not spanking him, because he's not her child. She's not allowed to do that legally. So if she can get him to behave or calm down or do what he wants, what she wants him to do without spanking, then why can't I do the same thing? But also, yeah, he's got a different level of turn up with me because I'm mom and he's coming home. That's where he's safe. And he feels like he can turn up and really like be himself. But at the same time, it's like, like mama ain't going for that. He's 3. He's been pent up in the house all day. Yeah, he can run around here, but that's not really getting out all his like energy. So I get it. He's so full of like energy or what have you, and he needs to get that out. Also, he's tired and he was fighting it. See how quickly he just went to sleep? He just has to be reminded to relax. And that was what my restraint was about, is getting him to relax his body, calm down, realize that he's tired, and he'll fall asleep like this. We sometimes go through this at night as well. But when he's watching TV, he's too stimulated, right? And I think part of it is I'm up here, I'm talking, we got this bright light in front of us. He's a little too stimulated, so it took him a while to get down. But he'll get there and he'll go to sleep, and he'll sleep for like 3 hours. So it is what it is. It's awfully late. It's almost 4 o'clock. It's awfully late for nap time. But he'll sleep for like 3 hours. He'll get up at dinner time. He'll eat dinner, and then he'll maybe stay up a little bit, too late. But it'll be fine. He ain't got to go to work in the morning, so it's not a big deal for him if he stays up, because when it's time to go, it's time to go, whether he likes it or not. But, I'm not telling anybody what to do with their kids. I'm just trying to explain me and why I'm not using a belt. I've not had to use a belt on any of my nieces and nephews. And I didn't have the same level of turn up with them. The difference is I'm the mama now. My favorite line with my nieces and nephews was, I am not your mama. What works with them don't work on me. They were extremely spoiled when it came to their parents. But when they knew Aunt Mika didn't play. Right? And so, they calmed it down. They knew I didn't have all those problems with them that their parents were having because they were spoiled. And my sister would always say, oh, it's different when they're yours. No, a kid is a kid. You can set the same boundaries, whether they're yours or somebody else's, So anyway, I say all that to say, this is why this mama here has not bothered to use a belt. But I don't know that anything different would come out of a belt other than a fear of belts, So, okay, all right. Best thing about daycare is seeing that they all act the same. He is normal for his age, yeah. Yeah, good point. Of course, use wisdom when chastising. Yes, yes. So it's just, I know where I am emotionally, and I don't want to start to get there. Like, I didn't want to. I always felt like when I had a kid that spankings would be absolute last resort. There's so many things you could do before you get there, especially at this young age. But I mean, when they try you, and I mean try you like he's been doing for the last hour and a half, I just, here comes the pinching because you're acting a whole fool, and I can't take it anymore, So I'm human. I'm a work in progress. What they say, don't worry, he ain't done with me yet. God ain't done with me yet. So it is what it is. We're all trying our best out here. I'm not here to condemn anybody if you do spank with a belt or anything like that. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just telling you why I'm averse. My kid is having a good week. One of his peers is having a bad one, and when it feels like they're being so bad, but most of the time the boundary pushing is age appropriate. Yeah. I believe using anything other than your hand to spank is considered abuse in most states, so be careful with the belt. Yeah. I mean, these are different times, you know. Your poor woman was spanking her child and she was hitting her with her hand. They caught her on a security camera from the Walmart, spanking her child in the back seat. People called that abuse. I mean, maybe she was abusing her. Maybe she was just super frustrated. The child was misbehaving. She was smacking, and she's using her bare hand, and they still, arrested her. So it's a very different time. It's a very different time. We were raised with very different rules, and these rules do not apply in this day and age, right? You can't. There's you have almost no level of control over this super misbehaving children. Not saying that we should be able to spank. I think we should be able to spank, but again, discipline and abuse. I mean, back when we were growing up, there were private schools where the nuns used paddles to whoop their students. In my elementary school, the teachers had I remember my 5th grade teacher. She said, "You see this here? This is Mr. Do Right. When you do wrong, he gonna make you do right." You know what Mr. Do Right was? Mr. Do Right was 2-meter sticks taped together with masking tape. Okay. Those teachers threw chalkboard erasers across the room when somebody was sleeping to hit the children. It's just a very different time. Very different time now. And you can't do any of that stuff, and some might say this is why children are so out of control, why this generation is so out of control. I don't know if that's why everything's so out of control, but a lot of disciplinary action has been removed, and some of that maybe is a little corporal punishment. Maybe that fear of authoritative figures. It just seems like kids these days have no respect for authority at all. Whether that be police or parents or just another adult. These kids are out here fighting their parents. They're cursing at their parents, at their grandparents. Fighting, kicking, punching, stealing, all of this stuff. It's like the children have no natural, healthy fear of the authoritative figures in their life. And that's dangerous. That is very dangerous. Hey, Heather Page. No, I haven't got to the supplements yet. We've just been up here for the last 2 hours dealing with my son having a whole meltdown, talking about parenting, all kinds of different parenting methods, whether to spank the children or not spank the children. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to get through the Stimmin process. But he's sleeping now, so we can actually hold actual conversation without the disruption. Yay. We'll make sure, because he's behind my back now. I'll make sure he's still breathing because his head is down. Okay, I hear him snoring, so he's good. So anyway, God, yeah. So all right. So where did I leave up? Okay, so the issue I'm having with the stimming process and that not being simple is anyway, I started again Relax. Let's just say Wednesday. And then Thursday. No, I think it was Monday. I started together Monday night. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I went back Friday. And like I said, I was a little concerned about my estradiol only being, I think, 588. So deep into stems. And my follicles were still about 14. That was on the Wednesday. So when I went in Friday, I got the blood work done. Of course, the blood work comes back later. So the follicles, I had a leading follicle that was 22. And then all the other follicles that they saw were 17. There were some that were smaller, but all the other follicles that they think would, make it to retrieval was 17. And I'm thinking ripe for triggering, right? I should be triggering tonight, egg retrieval on Sunday. Well, the doctor says I think you need one more day. And I'm like, okay. He told me earlier in the week they were looking for the follicles to be 20. What I knew from 4 years ago is that usually they look for the follicles to get to 17. You get around 17, they're looking to trigger. He was saying 20. Okay, fine. That's a middle ground between 17 and 22 or 20, 22, 24, right? Which 24 is teetering on overcooking the eggs, right? And so I just knew with that leading follicle at 22 that I'd be ready to trigger. We do the egg retrieval on Sunday, which is what I really needed. I had somebody lined up for the weekend, but now he's talking about it going into like Monday or Tuesday, and I'm like, I don't really have nobody to go with me on Monday or Tuesday. So I kind of need this to happen over the weekend. So then the blood work came back. My estradiol was $9.99. Better. I wish it were more, but they told me to come back on Saturday. I'm coming back. I'm doing blood work again. This is the next day from Friday. I do the blood work. I get in there. This is now not my doctor, but the different doctor. And I don't think he has seen me since the previous Monday, where the follicles were like small, not as big as they would expect it to be on cycle day 5 or stems day 5 or whatever. So he's like, where all these follicles come from? What have you been eating? What have you been drinking? This is great. I think you're ready to trigger today. Okay, fine. Now I should preface this by saying Friday night into Saturday morning, I felt a little crampy, which always makes me nervous because crampy could easily be ovulation. Okay, so then I go, all the follicles are there. They're bigger, they're juicier. Everything is like, I want to say 18, 19. I can't remember, and I didn't listen to the audio recording. But he didn't mention on Saturday that 22. Now, the difference between these two doctors is my doctor shows me the screen when he's going about, and he calls out the sizes of all the follicles as he's measuring them. This other doctor, who's not my doctor, does not call out all the follicles, right? He just says, oh, you have this, you have that, and he's not showing me the screen. So he kind of does his thing, does his measuring, and then he turns the screen around and shows me what he sees without all the extra detail and stuff. So the doctors work a little different. That's okay. But he did not mention that 22. And I thought that was odd that he didn't mention the 22, which should at this point be 24 because they're supposed to grow 2 millimeters a day. And I was like, that's interesting that he didn't mention that. But I don't know. He said everything was good. Everything looks great. He even told me before I left there, he was pleasantly surprised at what my follicles were looking at, considering kind of where we started. It seemed to be like a little bit of a slow start, where I again brought up the fact that I had never been stemmed before a cycle dropped. I didn't know if that made a difference. I was worried about my estradiol on stems day 5 and all of that great stuff. And he's just like, we do this all the time. It's not a big deal. I understand it's different for you, but we do it, whatever. Okay, fine. Like, I'm trying to trust the process. I do believe I'm like, basically they had me maxed out on the drugs, which is a whole other thing why I'm going crazy. Maxed out 450 follicle stimulating hormone, 300 follicle stim, 150 on the Menopur, completely maxed out. And I'm like, this is double what I was on 4 years ago, and this is why I'm going crazy. My glucose is going crazy on this level of hormone and all of that. And there is a such thing as being over medicated, which can be detrimental to the stem process. And so I was very concerned about that going in. And because the doctor and I had not discussed my AMH, my FSH, what this stem protocol would look like, I feel like he didn't really look at those numbers when he came up with this protocol. I think he's saying 42, overweight, let's give her the max we got. She, a little light on the antral follicle side, and let's give her the max, and I said at the very beginning that I didn't want that to happen, which is why I wanted to discuss the blood work, and that just never happened. So I'm already feeling like I'm being overstimulated. I feel like my stimulation is being extended longer than it probably should. But okay, I'm triggering egg retrievals on Monday, which is tomorrow. So I'm feeling good about it. Afternoon, Saturday afternoon, feeling a little crampy in the abdomen again. You know, it's short lived. So I don't know if that's because my ovaries are heavy and full, or if it's because something else is going on. But for some reason, I have in my gut a huge worry about ovulating prematurely. And so then the blood work came back last night, and my estradiol has dropped about 50 points. So it was 999 on Friday morning. Saturday morning, it is now like 957, something like that. And so now I'm worried. Now he's also checking the progesterone. My progesterone on the Wednesday before was like 0.1. On Friday, it went up to like 0.2. And then Saturday morning, it was back down to like 0.1. I don't know if the drop in estradiol is ovulation. It feels like it could be that. It doesn't mean everything's ovulated. I still have egg white cervical mucus. So hey Simply Tanika, hey girl, hey. I still have egg white cervical mucus, so there's still some estrogen there. I don't know what's going on. It's possible that I could have had a cyst that was generating estrogen that has now dissolved at this point in the game, and so my estradiol has dropped down to a true level. I don't know. And the fact of the matter is, they're not going to see me again until tomorrow. No one's called me. I know that they were there today doing egg retrievals because this is what they do, right? But ain't nobody looking at that blood work, and the blood work came back late and they closed early. You know, they weren't really open on Saturday. They were open because they were doing egg retrievals on Saturday. So there's nothing in the portal. I don't even know why I don't know why this clinic even has a portal. They don't put anything in it. So like none of my follicle sizes went in the portal. Like I thought. Anyway, I'm worried about tomorrow because I feel like I might be ovulating. I feel like they extended me just a day too long. And I don't know. But as far as, you know, there is an opportunity for me to do another stem cycle next month in December. I'm strongly considering that purely because I have 2 IVF vials and I've already hit my deductible. And I want to get as much done as I possibly could under that deductible. Here is the problem with doing another cycle, even in December. Despite my insurance, this cycle still cost me over $8,000. That's including meds. Now, some people, and that's not including like my supplements and stuff like that, but that's including meds. Now, some people might say, why? How? I thought insurance, IVF is 100% covered after deductibles. Yeah. However, there are elements that are not covered. So one, this particular cycle, I am on Omnitrope, right? Omnitrope is not covered by insurance. It wasn't even distributed by the specialty pharmacy because Omnitrope is being used off label for fertility, right? There is no condition that Omnitrope is like sort of FDA approved for in relation to fertility. So they just don't cover it. So the Omnitrope cost me about $1,200. Rest of the medication cost me about $140, right? So let's just say I spent $1,300 in medication. My appointments, my blood work, all of that's covered under insurance. The anesthesia for my egg retrieval tomorrow. There's some kind of weird thing in Florida where Blue Cross Blue Shield does not contract with any outpatient anesthesiologist. So my insurance does not pay for outpatient anesthesiologists. So I have to pay for the anesthesiologist to the tune of $1,300. Okay. So now we're at what? $2,600. The PGT testing, you might know it as PGS, but it's called PGT. There's 3 different forms of it. There's PGTA, which is the chromosome testing. There's PGTM, which is gene testing, and there's a third one, which I believe is PGTSA, which is the one where they're looking at your chromosomes, but they're looking for like translocations and you know, not just whether you have the right amount of chromosomes, but whether they're like misplaced and paired correctly and all of that. So that's the other one. So PGT testing, or I should say the biopsy, okay, costs $4,400 just to biopsy the embryos. Not even to test them. I still have to pay the lab separately to test the embryos that go to the tune of about $200 per embryo, right? So there's that. Then they also charged me $300 to thaw the frozen sperm. And then at a later appointment, which also happened this particular week, after I paid them the $6,000 for all of that, they hit me on Wednesday. They said, oh, we got your sperm on Monday, so we're going to need $250 from you. For what exactly? I already paid the $300 for y'all to thaw the sperm. Oh no, every time we receive sperm in, we have to process it. We have to take it out of the box. It has to go from their tank into our tank, and this is it. And you want to charge me how much to pop a box and turn a lid and take out 2 straws and put them in your own tank? $250? Money grab. Money grab. Money grab all around. Even the PGT testing, which 4 years ago was only $2,500, is now $4,400. You're charging me $300 to thaw frozen sperm that you know I was going to use. Your finance gave me that number at least, so I paid that up front. Now you're telling me, after I just paid you $6,000 last week, that I gotta now walk into this office and unexpectedly pay you another $250 because y'all had to pop a box because the sperm was delivered to you? Say what now? And I'm not even mad that they're charging for that. I think I'm more mad because you need to list that up front. Like, I sat with finance at least 3 times. Why was this not on the list? Oh, I'm sorry. They should have told you I have to be the bearer of bad news. Man, I could have flipped my entire lid over that $250. And I bet she read it all over my face. Because I'm like, I said, it's not your fault, but I'm really feeling nickel and dimed here. And she's like, oh, well, you know, I just have to be the bad person. On this whole sheet of paper that y'all gave me with all the stuff that was listed, that $250 was not there. Why? You knew I had to send donor sperm here. You've been asking me for it. So why was that not listed when I talked to finance? When y'all was putting the whole package together? What's happening here? So I don't know. I just had to remember that I'm hopped up on a bunch of hormones and I can't go off on this lady. It's not her fault. It ain't her charge. But I'm feeling nickel and dimed. This is a total money grab. $250 plus $300. You know what it takes to thaw sperm that come in the tank? Because I did it twice for my home inseminations. You stick it in a warm cup of water for 10 minutes. That's it. I don't know if you got to do anything special when it's like specially washed or anything, but you charge me $300 to spin my stuff around in some warm water for 10 minutes. Anyway. Yes, very stressful. This place is the same clinic that I had my other procedures at. I just never used their doctor. So my doctor was partnered with this place to have my retrieval and my transfers at. So that's how I know about the place. You know, always elements not covered. Ugh, I did find coupons on Omnitrope. They cut the cost. Okay, so I was told about the coupons, even the pharmacy that was selling me. The problem is the coupon for Omnitrope required me to say whether I was diagnosed with a labeled diagnosis, and infertility was not on that list. I probably could have lied and said I was diagnosed with one of those things and got the coupon, but now they're asking me to say whether I've been diagnosed with something. It wasn't at this point. I needed to get the Omnitrope in hand, and I wasn't willing to lie just to get a discount. Like, so I just paid the whole thing. This is so exciting. I'm just ready for your positive pregnancy test. Thank you. Thank you. Same donor as baby G. I've been holding on to the sperm all this long. Yes, same. Yes, the road to BFP. I'm glad y'all bought extra sperm. Did y'all hear there was a shortage on African American sperm? Yeah, this has always been a shortage. Yes. Always been a shortage. And my donor isn't even African American, he's Dominican. In my mind, that was about as close as I could get to what I liked. You know, I really liked him. And to me, Dominican was about as close to black as I could get at the time. So it worked for me. But yeah. So the problem I'm having with doing another cycle in December is all these things that are not covered by insurance. I would have to pay again. So I had a stipulation on PGT testing because it's so expensive. And this is when I thought it was only going to be $2,500. I said I did not want to do PGT testing unless I had at least 3 embryos to test. When I heard it was 44, I very well contemplated whether I should raise that number to maybe 4. But, you know, at the end of the day, I don't, you know, let's see how it goes, right? And so the thing is, if I get 3 embryos to test, I got to pay that same $4,400 again in December. And that's the major cost. But also I would have to pay the same, $1,400 for medications, including the Omnitrope. I'm paying the same $1,300 on anesthesia for the second retrieval. But the Omnitrope is the major bit of that cost. So if I'm going to do it, I need to do it in December, which is why I'm like strongly considering it, because if I go into next year, I got to pay that $8,000 plus the $3,000 in my deductible. So now I'm looking at $11,000. No matter what, I'm going to hit that $3,000. Like if I get pregnant, especially next year, I'm definitely going to hit my deductible. So that it's not even about hitting my deductible. It's just I'm trying to save money here. So I'm trying to get done as much as I possibly could get done. I asked for them to send my transfer, like the actual transfer meds, because they had not submitted that. And all she got me was the progesterone and oil. She didn't give me the estradiol. She's like, oh, that just goes through a regular pharmacy. And I was just like, just order all the meds. I asked for all the meds, not just the progesterone and oil. And she was like, well, you sure you don't need Lupron? I was like, I never used Lupron before. We didn't talk about using Lupron for a transfer, but you know, whatever. And I mean, I just feel like I thought using this clinic was going to be like the calm, organized experience that I felt they were when I was going through this before. And this just seems to me to be the same amount of chaos. It's a little bit better on the logistics side of things, only because my insurance doesn't require any pre-auths. There was also a question that I asked about the PGT testing because my insurance does cover biopsy, but what you can't see is that they cover biopsy for medical necessity, right? And so PGTA testing, just because I want to know if it's a normal embryo, like being old and wanting to know that the chromosomes are normal, is not enough medical necessity anyway. For insurance to cover the biopsy. So I think basically I would have to have something like be a carrier or something that would kind of require more like a PGTM testing for insurance to be like, okay, yeah, we'll pay for the PGT testing. So I allowed them to do the extended carrier screening on me. I had not had that done before. My donor has a carrier screening, but it's not the extended one. He's not around to get another one. So I said, well, we'll see what comes back on my carrier screening. Maybe we can get insurance to back pay on the PGT testing. So on the biopsy at least, and maybe I can get some money back. But yeah, so all of that. So basically I have to be prepared to spend another $8,000 next month if I'm going to do it. That's the only reason that I'm on the fence, right? Now, if I don't have 3 embryos, there's no PGT testing. I probably would want them to still do a biopsy, but then there needs to be a conversation about whether I'm going to get a discount on the biopsies because I'm doing back-to-back retrievals, just to get enough to send to be tested. So it's a lot of what ifs, and right now I'm feeling like I might be ovulating, so they might not get any eggs tomorrow. So I'm just, my head is all over the place on it. And so I'm strongly considering doing this again, but I also want to wait to see what happens, because I feel like I need to have some conversations with the doctor. So I'll know more tomorrow when they tell me how many eggs they got out. I am not going to be asleep for the procedure, so that's also another new for this. So I might be able to hear the embryologist counting. And if he's not counting, if he says no, or if he's not counting up from 0, I'll have an inclination that they're not getting anything out. And maybe that'll upset me, maybe it won't. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, so there is a fair amount of worry about what's going to happen tomorrow because of the estradiol dropping from Friday to Saturday. I may be perfectly fine. I don't know, but that's where we are. So just like the shirt says, stimming ain't easy. This process is not easy. Being on this much hormone, my body is not agreed with. I'm not, as I said earlier at the beginning of this, I have not enjoyed this cycle at all. Not that any woman enjoys going through an IVF egg retrieval, sticking yourself with needles or whatever. I have not enjoyed this at all. My body has not enjoyed this at all. I don't think it has anything to do with my age. I think it has a lot to do with how much hormone I'm being pumped with. I've not expressed this to the doctor because I don't want to give him a reason. Okay, when I was in there getting mad, he came in because he forced me to have a glucose tolerance test, 2-hour glucose tolerance. Let me just preface this by saying I have never had a 2-hour glucose tolerance, not even in pregnancy, because I had an established insulin resistance. He insisted that I take this 2-hour test, which was a lot logistically. Quest pissed me off with the first appointment that I had. I got all the way there for them to tell me they weren't going to be open long enough to finish the test. So I basically had to go to another clinic, like all of this for a test that I don't even need. It's just going to tell me, it's just going to tell us what we already know, that I'm insulin resistant or i.e. diabetic, right? And so took the test, okay, fine, whatever. When I'm there to get the med training, the doctor literally comes in, and this is where I kind of started side-eyeing the doctor. As he comes in and he starts fussing at me, he's like, "You're diabetic," and I was just like, "So what else is new, doc?" Like when I walked in March, I told you I was diabetic. I also told you what glucose management medications that I was on at the time. So I don't understand why you're coming at me like this is new news, right? And he's trying to tell me that my glucose is uncontrolled. That's not the case either. I am in between medications. I had to stop the Ozempic in order to even go through this process because I'm trying to make a baby. You can't take Ozempic while you're trying to be pregnant. In between medications. It's about managing and kind of seeing where I am and what I need to do. Plus, I'm on birth control, which is also affecting my glucose. And then what you had me do is starve, because the glucose tolerance test requires you to fast, which is also not good if you're insulin resistant. And then after fasting, I then had to drink a bottle of sugar. What did you think my glucose was going to do? I don't understand why you're in here fussing at me about this. I don't think you're taking this seriously. He wanted to cut me off, and I honestly felt like, okay, you don't want to hear what I got to say. You just want to hear yourself talk. Like, I got a whole glucose monitoring thing on my arm. My insurance does not pay for it. I pay for this out of pocket. That sound like somebody who doesn't take this seriously. Like, I have an endocrinologist. Yes, he's on the team, sir. I need you to focus on making the babies, and he can focus on keeping my glucose straight. He's like, I can't even believe anybody would clear you. This is that and the other. Dude, you're looking at one test, this 2-hour glucose tolerance, which tells you nothing about how controlled my glucose is or not. you're making assumptions without even taking the test in context. Okay. And you're fussing at me, and I'm trying to get you to see where I'm coming from with it, but you just keep cutting me off because I guess you just like to hear yourself talk. So this is all the start of my whole, like, I just pumped myself full of all these hormones, and he walks in and gives me this whole tongue lashing about being diabetic. So it's just like, we're not getting off to a good start here. I'm just gonna woosah in this moment because I'm about to cuss this doctor out, and that's not gonna be good for anybody. Time is not on my side. I'm already 42. I'm about to be 43. I need to get these eggs out, whatever I got, if I'm going to use them. So it's not been a great experience, stimming. It's not been a great experience. And it's been hard. It's been hard mentally. It's been hard emotionally. It's been hard physically. It's definitely been hard financially, on my wallet, because I'm looking at the finance like, I thought I had insurance. I still gotta pay 8,000. Like, this is crazy. So I'm trying to be breezy because a part of me does not want to go through this again. I don't want to do this again. I am hoping and praying that Omnitrope is doing its job. I can get more to make it to blastocyst, and even more of that will come back. The only problem with that is I won't have the PGT results, if we even get that far, before they start December cycling. So I have to make a decision pretty much based on how my embryos, are going. And so I'm pretty much going to have like to the end of the week to decide, because they're going to start the December cycle at the beginning of December, for probably doing retrievals like December 12th or 15th ish, somewhere around there, so they can be done with the retrievals and have the last 2 weeks of the year off. So they know the timing is tight. We already talked about maybe doing the back-to-back, and I said I wanted that opportunity, which is why I really wanted to get into November. I have the money to do it. The question is, do I really want to spend it? Is it worth spending it? Do I even need to spend it? I don't know. I think I'm hopped up on too many hormones to make the decision. I'm trying to weigh the pros and cons. It's just a lot. It's a lot going on. I got a couple of friends right now that are experiencing medical issues, that I'm worried about. I got another friend, her family could likely be homeless by the end of this month. So that is like weighing on me. My car is in the shop right now. Work is like extremely busy. I got this toddler here who just turns up all the time. It's a lot going on at once. And so I need a space with clear mind to make these kinds of decisions, and I need time and more information. So to answer the question about whether to go back, I'm open to it. I can't say if that's what I'm going to do or not. It's going to come down to the wire, for sure. It's the testing group I 1 to 6 for pricing. So that price, Tanika, that $4,400 price is just for the biopsy. It is not even for the lab testing. The lab testing is a whole other dollar amount. So, yeah. Can you bank them and test them all at once? Yes. The problem with that is you want to biopsy them before they're frozen. You don't want to just freeze them, thaw them out just to biopsy, and then freeze them again. I'm 42. The likelihood of these embryos surviving 2 thaws, they might survive, but it's not ideal to do it that way. So I'm hoping that if I go back to back, if I don't have enough to send to PGT, that they can work out some kind of discount on the biopsy, because $4,400 is a lot. That $4,400, that is the price for biopsy, whether you have 1 embryo or 20, right? That price isn't on a scale. So if I'm doing back to back, like, you can give me a discount on that $4,400 is what I'm saying, instead of me paying $4,400 twice. So that's the issue I'm having, is paying $4,400 twice, because that's the bulk of the cost, right? It's a lot. It's a lot. I've been watching fertility journals, and she did retrievals with no anesthesia as part. Many IVF, 3 follicles, 8 or less. Yeah, I mean, they're going to do it with anesthesia. I'm not going to be asleep, right? I guess based on my BMI, they're not even allowed to put me to sleep, so they have to do this sort of awake anesthesia. And it's just like, I'm paying this chick $1,300. She's not even putting me to sleep, you know. But the reality is, they don't want you to move, because they can poke, you know, an intestine or, you know, something like that. And I get it, but I was hoping that I could maybe get like outpatient reimbursement. But in talking to finance about why I'm having to pay this upfront, and apparently it's a purely Blue Cross Blue Shield thing. None of the other insurances have this issue. That I might not even get reimbursed because of the way Blue Cross Blue Shield handles outpatient anesthesia. So now it's Blue Cross Blue Shield of Florida, right? It's specifically a Florida thing. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, which is my actual insurance, may or may not pay, but they might go, well, you got it done in Florida, so whatever. I told them I'm going to submit it anyway, just like I'm going to submit the biopsy cost to my insurance as well, to see if I can't get reimbursed for that. And if they go back to the clinic and go, well, why didn't you, you know, do this? Whatever. At least I tried. I'm going to try to get some money back on both of it. Right now, I got to pay it up front. It hasn't happened yet, so I can't submit it. But I'm going to submit it, and we're going to see what happens. Because what? I should not have to pay for anesthesia. I shouldn't. It is what it is. Praying for a successful retrieval tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Tamikia. I need all the prayers. I don't like this doctor. I like him. He's a good guy, but I feel like he's trying to be a good guy instead of being an honest guy. Like, if you didn't want to treat me because I'm diabetic, because I have hypertension, because I'm overweight, say it up front and don't waste my time, my money, my energy, right? Don't let me go this far into the STEM process, spending my money, shipping my sperm to you and all of that, which, oh, by the way, cost me $300 to ship it to you. And now you're charging me $250 to open the box. I'm not gonna get on my soapbox on that, but you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I just need these doctors to be upfront. Be upfront about your pricing, right? Then can't nobody complain about it. If you lay it all out there, if I'm gonna be here and I'm already talking to finance, lay all the charges out here, so I'm not out here being caught like, oh yeah, we need $250 from you. Like, I can just pull that out of my behind. I just dropped thousands of dollars on you. Where was this? You knew the sperm was coming. Why didn't you tell me about this charge? I could have paid this last week and been done with it. Now you want to hit me unexpectedly. I'm walking in here and now you're telling me I owe you $250 for what? Exactly. I'm not even gonna get upset about it anymore. Taxes is so frustrating. Yes. He needs to play his position. Exactly. Make the babies. Don't worry about my glucose. Let the other doctor worry about my glucose. I wish I would have had my second child in my youth. I had no idea menopause was coming. Oh, Miss Lex, I am going to get back to you on what you told me earlier. Don't let me forget. I just, now that the baby's quiet, I can finally get through what's happening with the whole stimming thing. Thank you, Tanika. Thank you. Sending me hugs. Thank you. I need them. It's a lot. Please remember to give yourself grace. Child, I'm barely breathing around here, barely breathing. I'm just trying to remain sane. And the fact that, like I said earlier, it's been 3 weeks since I had acupuncture. I've also not been happy with my acupuncture experience. This is a different acupuncturist. My previous acupuncturists were inquisitive about my cycles. You know, I've been seeing her every week. She never asked me where I am in my cycle, what's happening with my cycle. She knows I'm trying to do the whole fertility thing. She says she's been doing fertility points. She hasn't put a single needle in my belly. She says she's been using points in the legs. She finds them to be better. I don't know what she's doing, what she's not doing. She did not make herself available for like my retrieval time, because she's like, well, try to get acupuncture as close to retrieval as possible. I felt like the previous acupuncturists were more flexible in the fact that fertility is flexible. None of it can really truly be planned. So, you know, I just feel like that flexibility is not there with her. She's not been discussing my cycles with me. You know, she's not been, and I'm told she was like I was told by the previous one before her that she was told that she was really good about the whole fertility thing, but I just feel like she's just poking me. She's not really asking what's going on with me. So I've not been happy with that aspect of the fertility journey. As a regular acupuncturist, as far as like keeping me sane and doing, keeping my stress down and all of that, she's doing great. But as far as the fertility thing, and at the end of the day, I'm not making a big deal about the acupuncture because I don't feel like the acupuncture will make or break my results here. So plenty of women are successful without acupuncture. So I'm not saying, and it still took me 2 years to get a BFP with baby G. And I was going to acupuncture every week the entire time, even before that. So did acupuncture help me get pregnant? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think it hurt me from getting pregnant, but I can't say for sure that it absolutely helped me to get pregnant. So I think it helped me in my stress level, which in a way helped me to get pregnant. So maybe it helped in that way. I'm still getting that. The fact that I haven't had it in 3 weeks doesn't help, but it is what it is. So I'm not stressing about the fact. I'm just unhappy about the acupuncture experience this time around. I just feel the need to say that. I also haven't had chiropractic in a while, like trying to manage all these appointments, just the logistics of it. And now my appointments are not 20 minutes away. They're an hour away. It's an hour there. It's however long I got to wait while I get there. And it's an hour coming back. I am multitasking like none other. I'm on the road for an hour, taking 1 and 2 meetings while I'm on this hour, just trying to squeeze this stuff in for work. And I got to manage baby G and make sure he gets to the sitter early enough. I can take him as early as 7:30 so I can, get over there and get these appointments done and all this blood work and stuff done. And I have to use a specific lab because they want the blood work stat. And of course, Quest doesn't do stat. So I have to go to a specific lab so they can get the blood work the same day and also use my insurance. So that it's just been a lot. Logistically, it's been a lot. And then every which way around, it's been a lot. I am not enjoying this at all. I am not anxious to do this again, which is another reason why I'm on the fence about December. But I think I need to get past tomorrow before I can really make any definitive decisions. And then we need to have some discussions about what the next cycle means, whether I'm going to be on the same amount of meds, whether I should be on the same amount of meds. And I still want to have that discussion about my AMH and my FSH. My FSH was better than 4 years ago. My AMH was about the same as it was 4 years ago. I don't understand why I was on twice the medication, right? So I never got to have that discussion with the doctor because I didn't get the protocol until the first day I started. So, I'm just trying to get there. I'm just trying to get there. My clinic is charging you $400 to ship from one location to the site that does retrievals. That pissed me off because I was never told that. Right. And the $400, I guess, the cryobank charged $300. It's that tank. The tank is heavy, even though it's got barely anything in it. The tank is heavy. It's bulky. It's like 2-day shipping, right? Or maybe they're sending it next day, which might be the difference between 300 and 400. But the fact that they have it in one place and now they got to ship it somewhere else where you're getting your procedures done and it's still the same clinic, that kind of seems unfair that you have to pay for that. So, yeah, I like all these unknown charges. Like, I mean, I guess that's just it in TTC. There's always something unexpected that pops up. But when you have these charges, you do this all the time. Put it on a piece of paper so so I know what I can expect as far as like my cycle. Like, we're gonna have to ship, your sperm over here or your embryos over here so that you can get your procedure done, and that's gonna cost $400. Like, just be honest. Why is this so hard to just be honest? You don't want to put your prices out there because you think it's gonna scare people away. If you're worried about your prices scaring people away, if you want to get in between a rock and a hard place, I don't like those tactics, right? If your pricing is an issue, you think it's going to scare people away, then change your prices, right? So if people want to leave because of your pricing and not because of your doctoring, then go. Let them go. Let them go wherever they're going. Why does that matter to you? Money grab is all I'm saying. Money grab. Like, there is no need to charge that much money for that. It's just not. My FSH, I think my FSH was 7 this time around. I want to say 4 years ago, my FSH was like 11. So yeah, they were definitely better this way around than they were before. I'm gonna see if I can maybe pull up my um little notes that I gave him, so I can at least give you the numbers from last time. Protocol notes. Different file. All right, so in 2019, oh, that's the vitamin D. That's not even it. This would have been 2016 blood work. Yeah, I don't have it. I don't have it here. But I believe, and it's not in my protocol notes, what it was because I sent the actual blood work with this before, or I had it. But yeah, I think in 2018 when I went through this for IVF, my FSH was like 11. So I think I was 7 this time around. Or at least I was in March. He didn't bother to recheck, right? It's November. I guess you don't get a recheck till next year. But yeah. Hey Tanya, how's it going? 7 and 11. Oh wow, I'm really yeah, because I would say insurance, even in Illinois, there's a cutoff with FSH. I think if your FSH is above 17, either 14 or 17, I can't remember, then they won't stim you with your own eggs because they feel like your body's working too hard to produce follicles. So, yes. Uh, Lady Mel, I'm aware, and I've got I, we're almost 3 hours in and I never even got to the supplements, but I'll get to the supplements in a minute. I just wanted to get through this before I get to the supplements. Miss Lex, you were given an update from the last live on your condition. Where were you? Find your comment. Because I think this whole live got derailed by the young one here. Let me find it. Looks like give me a moment. Oh, here we go. I found you. Okay. So Miss Lex, you said your menopause issue, doctor gave you your lab. He said the level for menopause is 25. Mine was 35. I'm sorry. Yesterday I did a transvaginal ultrasound. Doctor wants to see if there are eggs in the ovaries. Okay. Like antral follicles, is he doing this like at the beginning of your cycle, or is he, he said he will do another blood test in December to see if levels are fluctuating. Yeah, because FSH can fluctuate. I know Tamikia, if you're still here, I think she had an FSH of like, what was that? Was it 57? And I know, she went on some supplements and it did come back down. But I think the thing about I think that she was saying about FSH is like you're kind of as good as your worst number, right? And so the fact that you had a level of 35, that will always be your worst number, but it doesn't mean they can't get something. So, maybe with some supplements will come to mind, myo-inositol, because that goes to ovarian health. Um, Especially that would probably be my number one supplement. If you've not already been taking it, that might help in bringing the FSH down, right? I mean, nothing's a guarantee, but if you do still have eggs and your body's just struggling to produce, I find myo-inositol to be very helpful in like helping to regulate periods and making ovulation strong. And then also helping with like the egg white cervical mucus and making sure that that is like the right consistency and all of that great stuff. So, because I think, I don't know, if Tanika, if you're still here, I know you did a whole video on how you lowered your FSH. Maybe that would be helpful for Miss Lex if you haven't already seen it. Um, All right, he said, I will eventually have to take progesterone, estrogen, vitamin D, plus calcium daily for years to come. Now, was this to help with the early menopause? Like you're taking these so that you can feel more normal in the menopause because it's early? Um, I just wanted to get back to these because I know you asked these earlier on. So I wanted to get back to them, Miss Lex. Don't blame yourself. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. We can't control what our body does. We also can't control our genetics. We're born with them, right? I don't know if anybody in your family has maybe suffered from early onset menopause. That tends to run in families, and part of the problem is we don't talk about this kind of stuff enough as women, as Black women, right? I learned that when I had polyps removed from my uterus, which happened to be on the same side where my tube is blocked, that just about every woman on my mother's side of the family, including my sisters, have had something removed from their uterus, whether it was a polyp, whether it was a cyst, or whether it was a fibroid. Every woman on my mother's side of the family had something removed. And I only found that out after I started discussing the fact that I had polyps removed. So we go through these things, we almost go through them silently, and nobody's talking. And this is like a familial issue, right? So had I known that all my sisters, my mother had fibroids tough, she got a hysterectomy because of her fibroids, but yet and still, when my fibroid was found when I was 26, I didn't really know anything about fibroids. I had heard about them, but I didn't know anything about them. And and my mom said later that that was why she had her hysterectomy. Like she had horrible, horrible heavy bleeding. And due to the fibroids, my auntie, which is like my mom's youngest sister, had a fibroid in pregnancy that was like kind of affecting her baby's growth. So it's just all these things were running rampant. And me as a young woman, had I known, I could have been monitoring these things in my health, maybe taking supplements to help, maybe try to prevent or at least stall some of these things. My cousin, who's the same age as me, eventually told me that she had a cyst removed from one of her ovaries. And it's just like, all these things are going on I had no idea about, and she's my first cousin. So it's like, we need to talk about these things more in our families and and prepare our children. We need to know more about our own medical history, and I think that's probably the biggest benefit to like the donors or like the sperm donors. They have to go back and get these 3 generations of medical history that they probably would not have even known had they not gone through this process, right? So we need to talk more about our medical health, especially women. I mean, but men too, right? There are things that run in the families, cancers or issues pardon me, that men could expect, right? So maybe they would get their prostate checked earlier, if they knew that there was prostate cancer in their familial history. A lot of these things they ask us on these doctors forms when we fill them out for the family medical history, and a lot of stuff we just don't know or we haven't heard. Constantly asked, like, is there any cancer in your family? Not that I know of, is my answer. Nobody's ever told me one way or the other, right? So, boy, so I just 50, yeah, Tanika. So, hey, Shar, it's been a long live so far, girl. You missed a lot, including Baby G acting up. Yeah, that's the regimen he would give me after the second blood test. Okay. Yeah, I think he's trying to regulate your hormones so you can feel more normal because you're still young, you know? You don't want to be going through hot flashes and all that other kind of stuff. You know. So I just, man, I hope, like, for your fertility, there's more than one way to become a mom again, right? And may not be exactly the way you wanted, but in time, if you feel like you can explore other options, or if there's even an opportunity to explore even with this going on, you know, I guess time is of the essence, at least. And you know, it's a lot, it's a lot, I know. And I empathize, right? I empathize and sympathize. I can't say I know how you feel because I've not been in that position, but I can't even imagine, you know. So, but don't wonder about what you did. You didn't do anything. You're just living, right? Don't blame your body, right? A lot of women blame our bodies when something is not working. And sometimes that's out of our body's control as well, especially if it's something, that's been going on in your family. But if we talked about it more, they say if you know better, you do better. We've got to talk about these things. And I know I've talked with some of my younger cousins about, like, maybe putting together some sort of like medical history book to like pass down to like our daughters and sons, so they understand what's already going on in our family. Diabetes, hypertension, um, reproductive issues, and if maybe we give our kids this arsenal of information early enough that they can, monitor for it and check for it and make better decisions when they're younger, and, can actually do something before it's too late, you know? And I've come across a few other women who have had, they're young, like 30, 33, and they know that their mothers have had early onset menopause, and so it worried them. Or at least I asked the question, because if, you're being told that you have low ovarian reserve, the question is, well, did anybody else in your family have early onset menopause? Then, you want to have, a baby with your own age, you got to get on it, right? You just never know when that cliff, the doctors will say 35, but there are some familial histories out there where that cliff drops off before 35. And, you don't see it coming. You don't see it coming. Yeah. I'll catch the next acting up session. Happier cycle timing is what it is. And the hurricane didn't cause any delays. No. Actually what they did close one day during, but I had a monitoring the day before the hurricane came and the day after they were open. So it's just, I mean, Florida knows how to handle hurricanes. It's a lot of wind, a lot of debris. Um, Everything closed, even over here in Orlando. Everybody was closed. Sitter was closed. It's just like, girl, it's just gonna be rain and wind. We've had worse rainstorms, but I mean, it was a lot of wind, so I get it. She wanted to be closed. She took that opportunity. She closed. I was a little annoyed. I'll put it that way, but I'm not annoyed because she's the one accompanying me tomorrow, so I get to pick her up at 7 o'clock in the morning. She didn't have to. I asked maybe a little bit of desperation and trying to find somebody to go. But it worked out. She and I have a really good rapport, and right now, baby G is the only kid that she has, and she gets to watch him and do her job. And I'll treat her to lunch, and she'll still get paid, for watching him tomorrow. So there's that. What determines early menopause? Uh, well, menopause is essentially your body running out of eggs, right? So low ovarian reserve, or hormone, I guess hormone imbalance, but menopause is more like it's something you typically get as an older woman when you run out of eggs, right? We're born with all the eggs we're ever going to have, right? You don't make any more. We were conceived, and while we were still cooking in our mama's bellies, the eggs were forming, right, in our own ovaries. So the eggs just age, right? You might still have eggs, but they're older, and so they just they don't function as well as our younger eggs. So when a woman is diagnosed with low ovarian reserve, they're essentially running out of eggs, for their body to ovulate. So menopause is actually the pause of your menses, which is the function of no longer ovulating anymore, because there's nothing left, or the body's having just a really hard time trying to get something to ovulate. So I'm not a medical doctor, so I can't, you could easily Google the definition of menopause, but essentially that's what menopause is the pausing of your menses. The menses are caused by the ebb and flow of your hormones that is related to stimulating follicles to mature eggs to ovulate. And when that stops, there's a pause in that process, and that is essentially menopause. There's a thing called perimenopause, which is like kind of like maybe you're ovulating, but not every month. But you're kind of in perimenopause for like a year. You're not in full menopause until you have not had, I think, a cycle for an entire year. So, and if you have one, like say in month 11, the clock starts over or something like that. So, from my understanding, feel free to correct me out there in the chat if I misstate anything. What's wrong with the Lexus? Well, I had some brake issues. I didn't realize the brakes were just like done. It was basically grinding into the rotors. I had to buy 2 front rotors for the Lexus. Of course, I needed new pads. I needed new pads on the back. They were going to shave down the back rotors. It was due for maintenance anyway, so I had to get an oil change. I had to get a brake fluid flush and fill because I'm at about 90,000 miles now. And then some of the regular stuff, like I needed a rear wiper blade or whatever, $1,700. But also after reviewing the car, because the dealership had not seen it in the 2 years that I've owned it. He came back to me with some other issue that he then told me was $4,700, and I looked at him and said, "The warranty don't cover that." And he said, "Oh, I'm glad you mentioned the warranty, whatever." So it's been in the shop since I think Monday. They sent me home with a loaner, so I've had a loaner all week. That's how I've been getting back and forth to my appointments and stuff. And they said they would probably have the car until Friday. Even on Friday, I didn't hear anything. But then Saturday morning, I got all these emails about these specialty parts that were ordered that had arrived Saturday morning. So guess this car's not ready. They just got the parts. So now the parts are coming in. I guess the car will be ready probably like Monday, if not Monday, maybe Tuesday. But I'm having this procedure on Monday, so I'm not going to go pick up no car on Monday. They'll see me on Tuesday evening. So hopefully I'll have my car back by Tuesday. We'll see. We'll see. My cycle stopped. It stopped in March. I'm just shy of 36. Yeah, I'm 38 now. Yeah, it's very early. Very early for menopause. But it's interesting though, because you got a lot of women who are diagnosed with PCOS and they have a hard time ovulating, so like they don't get cycles for months on end. So it's important to get like the blood work and stuff done to know whether it's menopause, whether it's PCOS, whether it's something else, right? So yeah, I mean, pardon me. Sometimes also like when you're overweight, that can stop or mess with the normal cycle because of the hormones and stuff. Because they, as they like to say, bigger fat carries a lot of estrogen, and so being high estrogen, it can also affect your cycles and stuff like that. So it's important. I'm glad that they're doing the testing because it's important to know, is it menopause or is it something else? You know, so if a lot of times, like if you ever watch these shows, like I didn't know I was pregnant, like a lot of these women were overweight women who weren't getting regular cycles, and then they lost a bunch of weight and then they ended up getting pregnant. Right? And they didn't know that they were pregnant because they didn't have regular cycles, right? So it didn't dawn on them that they could be pregnant. So, a lot of times, losing weight can kick, even 10% of your body weight can kick up, everything and get everything going again. So it's important to make sure that, that there is an accurate diagnosis and not just a quick, like, oh yeah, you're just going through menopause, right? Like your FSH was, you said 35. I would presume your AMH was low as well, because that would indicate menopause to me, right? So I don't know what your AMH was. Was it under 1? Your AMH, did they even test the AMH? Just shy of 35. Uh-oh. Miss Lex, you forgetting your age. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's tough. If we don't go on a cruise for Christmas, we're going to Disney World. My son will be 17 next year, so I guess it's time to take that trip. Oh, well, I'm in Orlando, girl. So happy to get out here and meet you. You're going to be here in Orlando. So, or even if you go on the cruise, where you're leaving, Miami or the Cape Canaveral, because Cape is right here. You got to come in Orlando to get to the Cape. So yeah, it's a lot, y'all. Ooh, I got a headache now. This live has been way longer than I expected it to be, but that's okay. This stuff is important, and I don't want to. I know I kind of posted a little bit on Instagram about me stimming. I know I was here, a couple weeks ago with the meds, and I hadn't really like updated anything. I have been filming, right? So the story will come, but you know how I am with how delayed my videos are. So I've been filming, so the detail will come out in chronological order. But it's been rough, it's been rough. It's been rough and it's been tough, trying to juggle all of this. And I'm just trying the best I can. And I know there were a lot of ladies interested in my supplements this time around, which didn't start off the same as last time, but I eventually came around to some of the things that I was using before for different reasons. All right, it's very important to get a total picture. Your FSH being 35 is not enough of a reason that your period stopped. Mine has been as high as 50, and I've never missed a period. Yeah. So I'm just glad the doctor's doing the investigation. You know what I mean? So yeah. It stopped. The doctor grabbed his textbook and tried to determine the reasons for all. I'm glad. Young doctor, because them older doctors there. I mean, I'm not trying to discriminate, but it sounds like you got a young doctor there who's really trying to figure it out. Sometimes I feel like the veterans think they know everything and they don't like to go consult the book. So let us know. Sometimes those young doctors, when I pick doctors, I like to have someone seasoned, but at the same time, depending on what you're picking the doctor for, you might want a younger doctor because they're like fresh out of school. They're like, hip to all the latest and greatest, things, and they're not sort of tied down to the old fashioned you know, stuff. All right, it's okay, baby. It's okay. That's just a little sleep cry. It's okay. It's okay, baby. Yeah. Yeah. So he asked about lupus and diabetes and having system issues. Yes. Yes. That's the important thing, that they're getting to the bottom of it. They're not assuming something and sending you on your way. You know, that they're really, you know, looking at it. He's a menopause expert. Okay. Okay. All right. So he specializes in menopause. So that's good. That is good. Oh, you see him? Yeah, Tanika, you missed him. You missed him acting the fool earlier. All right, so this live's been going on for 3 hours. Let me get to the supplement, and I'm gonna have to put something in the description so people know how they can fast forward if they want to do that. So I got this whole McDonald's bag here, full of supplements because I got a lot of stuff. Okay. All right. So I will start with the basics. Um, Probiotics, a women's probiotic. Okay, where's my camera? There it is. Women's probiotic, very important to keep that microbiome in shape there. So that's always at the top of my list. Ubiquinol, not to be confused with ubiquinone. This one has an additional PQQ, which in my research says that the PQQ makes the ubiquinol work better. So I happen to use this. The ubiquinol goes to the A quality. Hold on, this bag has a hole in the bottom. Okay, what's next? Myo-inositol. This says inositol, but if you were to look at the supplement facts, if you all can see that, it says myo-inositol. There are different kinds of inositols. I've had a hard time finding myo-inositol in this powder form. And I've been seeing myo-inositol with another like DH or DH something inositol. Apparently, there's two different inositols, and it's important for them to be in a balance or what have you. I don't know that much about the other inositol, but I know the myo-inositol is good for ovarian health and can also help with emotional health as well. So, I'm not gonna say stress-free days, but it'll help. Yeah, I'll have to be on the replay queue. I came in at 2 hours. Yeah, yeah. Not the McDonald's bag. Yeah. Listen, I was trying to put it somewhere. So many bottles. You can put chapters in the description box and viewers can hop around. Yeah, that's what I plan to do, Tanika. Love that probiotic plus yogurt and fermented food. Yes. And I will tell you, I took this probiotic all through pregnancy. I didn't have a single yeast infection, urinary tract infection. There was nothing. My urine was clean the entire pregnancy. No issues whatsoever. And you know, like people, some young women have told me like they've had issues with like bacterial vaginosis and that and the other. And it's like, are you taking a probiotic? Not just a regular probiotic, but a women's probiotic, because a women's probiotic has the microbes that are good for our reproductive area and keep all of that straight. So it's very important that it's a women's probiotic. And the embryologist, you know, for Baby G and previous and also now, he and I have had a discussion about, you know, the studies that have been coming out about making sure that your microbiome, the microbiome in your vagina and your uterus are in place, because they do have a play in successful pregnancy. So I'm so ready to start in January at 44. I know I'm against the clock. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to race it, but you know, you go into it smart, you ask the questions, you're doing the right thing, you're watching people who are going through it so that you can develop your questions, take notes, take them into the doctor, man. Get that doctor to partner with you. If he's not partnering with you, then it might be time to find a new doctor. Yeah, thank you, Tanika, for sharing. It really makes me wonder what my issue is. Yeah, so do the test. Let the folks get down to it. All right. So this is kind of in order of importance, though, right? All right. So for prenatal, I moved to this prenatal multivitamin. It's whole food based. Um, the pills are not that big, but it has the methylated folate. The only thing though, it doesn't have EPA DHA because the powders, it's in a capsule, it's a powder, and it's whole food based. So like if this sits around for too long, it starts to mold on the inside. That's the whole food. So when it expires and stuff, so I've had a bottle of these sitting around for too long, and you can see the mold in the capsule. If you're used to looking at it, you can see it. So that's how you know it's the good stuff. The good stuff. That's Naturello. So I really like this prenatal. But again, it doesn't have the EPA DHA in it, so I have to take a separate EPA DHA, which I'll take here, right? I'm just hiding my little nails. So this is a gel cap. So I just have to take that separate because it's not in here. So make sure your prenatal has all the things that you need. It does have 100% daily dose of iron, but I have been borderline anemic my entire life. And like I said earlier in this video, that when I did my blood work in March, my hemoglobin was like 9. And that was, I was already taking this, so it wasn't helping my iron levels at all. So I do take a separate iron supplement. That's this Aptiferin C. It's got iron and vitamin C in it. Yeah. So it's got 150, what is that, 8, 6? I can't see, that's really small in my eyes. 150 something percent daily value of iron plus another 111% of vitamin C. You could probably get the iron without the vitamin C, but the prenatal also has 100% daily value of vitamin C. You know, the the iron, the vitamin C, and all of that. The probiotics also good for your immune system, right? Because your gut is like 70% of your immune system. So gut health is important, folks. It's important. So also I take a B complex. So this is B complex plus. As you can see, I happen to like Pure Encapsulations. They are not a cheap brand. They were a trusted brand at my chiropractor. She's very, very into the natural stuff. So that's why I got into Pure Essentials, Pure Encapsulations. My thing is, if you're already going for broke, I understand supplements are expensive. IVF is expensive, but I mean, just because you're paying a lot for IVF and for this process doesn't mean you should skimp all your supplements. Not all supplements are created equal. I'm not saying get this brand. I don't get any money if you buy this brand. I'm just saying it's the brand I like. But a B complex. Also, if you know or if you don't know whether you have MTHFR, methylated folate, your B vitamins should also be methylated. So that's important. So I do have MTHFR gene mutation, so I need methylated folate. Most people have it and don't know, so it's not going to hurt you to get it methylated whether you know or not. But if you're taking a B vitamin, make sure that that's methylated as well. Yeah, Pure is an excellent brand and third-party tested, so you know you're getting what you pay for as far as ingredients and quantity. Yep. The good brand is Geritol, the same as B complex. I don't know, Heather. I've never used Geritol. I don't know what's on the label. All I can say is check the label, right? Because I don't know what's in Geritol, to be honest. And I've never tried to take it. So like this B complex, this has thiamine, which is B1, riboflavin, which is B2, niacin, what is that? Is that B6? Yeah, B6. It has some methylated folate in it as well. It's got some extra folate in it. vitamin B12. Would that be? Yeah. And then it's got biotin and pantothenic acid. So that, I guess that's the plus, the extra biotin and stuff. But just the note that when I was doing my research on the MTHFR, if you do have the gene mutation, your B vitamin should also be methylated. Just saying, in case you didn't know, maybe look for methylated B vitamin. All right, so what's the other thing here? I feel like I'm gonna shake this bag because it's got the whole little bottle. Okay, vitamin D3. My D has been low before. Fortunately, I just had my endocrinologist blood work. My vitamin D was 47. So this is D3. This is actually 5,000 IUs. My endocrinologist says I don't have to take this much. I could be taking 1,000 IUs. I tend to like want to make sure my D level is great, and then I might take this like every other day or something like that. Right now, I was taking it every day because actually I think these are expired. They expired earlier this year, but I ain't wasting the bottle. This stuff costs too much. So I'm just taking my expired vitamin D. It might not be as potent, so I'm just taking it every day until I get a new bottle. And then I'll probably go to like every other day. Vitamin D goes to egg health as well as implantation. So you want to make sure your vitamin D is great. Almost all of us have low vitamin D. We're not getting outside enough, especially if you live somewhere where winter happens. You definitely don't get enough during winter. You're not getting outside. So get your vitamin D. Make sure your vitamin D is at a good level. Also on the list, this is reduced glutathione. What I had before was NAC. When I was looking for NAC, I had a hard time finding NAC, N-A-C, and like Nancy, A-C, like cat. I had a hard time finding that. What I did find was the reduced glutathione, which I know my chiropractor had this other brand. It was a liquid form of liposomic glutathione. So I was taking that as well. So, and it's expensive. But this glutathione was good, so I've been taking this. This goes to egg quality. So the supplements thus far have been my absolute top dog supplement list. Everything from this point on is either for a purpose or highly recommended. Okay, so next I'm going to say ashwagandha. Ashwagandha is keeping me sane. Let me get over here off of this light, right? That's keeping me sane. Along with the myo-inositol. I don't recommend taking ashwagandha in pregnancy. There have been notes about maybe causing like cramping or possibly resulting in miscarriage. So this is not something I plan to take as I go into transfer. But while I'm doing egg retrieval, it's helping to keep me sane in this crazy life that I live in. Now there are, I'm going to say magnesium. There are two forms of magnesium. There's magnesium citrate and magnesium glycinate. The magnesium glycinate does not make you run to the bathroom. Okay, the citrate will make you run to the bathroom. Magnesium is good for sleep quality. It also helps with blood pressure. So in my last pregnancy, the MFM suggested that I keep taking the magnesium to help keep my blood pressure down. So it's also good for that. But magnesium also goes towards egg quality as well. You'll have to do some research. I don't know offhand exactly how it affects egg quality, but it's on that list of supplements for egg quality. It's up higher for me because of the blood pressure benefits. I don't really have trouble. Well, I'm a borderline insomniac, but I don't know. The magnesium was really helping me sleep, but I think it was doing wonders for my blood pressure. I had no blood pressure issues in pregnancy while I was on this, in addition to my blood pressure medicines. All right. So the next two things do go towards egg quality, but I did not take them this cycle for egg quality. That is alpha lipoic acid, right? And acetyl L-carnitine. Both of these I took the last time I was doing IVF for egg quality. I was trying to be easy on the supplements. It's hard swallowing all these pills again. However, I was looking into documentation on natural healing for glucose, especially since I couldn't take the Ozempic anymore. I didn't want to have to be insulin dependent. And the birth control was doing a number on my glucose. And if the birth control was doing a number on my glucose, I knew going into the hormones for the egg retrieval cycle was going to do a number on my glucose. So I was trying to find supplements that would help manage it. Myo-inositol actually helps you become more insulin, not resistant, but insulin sensitive. So that's actually really good for that too. A lot of these supplements help with like PCOS, and they all sort of go to like making you more glucose tolerant. But yeah, these two popped up on the list, and I've used them before as well. One that I don't have right now is L-arginine. That one goes back and forth, but L-arginine is also on my list of supplements that you might want to take, do your research on it. I am not taking it this go around simply because look at all the pills I'm already taking. Like, it's crazy. But I added these two back because of the glucose benefits. Because I'm on so many hormones. Like, this is twice the medication. This is double the medication that I was on before. And my glucose is just going crazy. So crazy that I have reinstituted, and the doctors don't know, but I reinstituted my insulin pump. Right. This is the insulin pump that I had during pregnancy, kept my glucose normal. My A1C dropped all the way down to under 6 while I was pregnant. Because a lot of things tend to happen with my glucose while I'm sleeping. And I can't control it. Sometimes I wake up, sometimes I don't. But it was, being on all these hormones, it was at the point where I'm literally just sitting there. I haven't eaten, I haven't drinking, and my glucose is just going like this, like on its way up to 300. It was bad. So I needed to do something to get it under control. The only reason why I knew my glucose was doing it is because I had the Freestyle Libre monitor, so I could see what my body was doing. But it was pretty bad. Apparently what I'm doing is great because I just took the endocrinologist blood work, which I do every 3 months. He took my A1C. My A1C was 0.4 lower than it was 3 months ago, considering the birth control that I was on for 3 weeks and all these hormones that I've been on for the last 2 weeks. I'm doing something right in regards to managing my glucose in this time. So much doctor for my uncontrolled glucose. It's just about management. You piping me full of hormones. What do you think my glucose is going to do? Anyway, I'm not going to get back on that soapbox, but yeah, so there's that. Also added for my glucose, I have 2 more. One is chromium, just mentioned, right? Chromium is one of my new supplements that I've added for glucose control. The other is pycnogenol. I'm having a hard time pronouncing this one, right? Pycnogenol or what have you. This one also goes to glucose control. This also helps in blood pressure as well. So gotta monitor both, right? I'm still on my blood pressure meds, but it's about making sure that it's controlled, that it stays controlled. I was also on birth control, which they were concerned about with my hypertension. The birth control was short-lived, but I'm barely on medication for my birth control, right? I mean, for my blood pressure right now. And while I was on birth control, my blood pressure was not doing so great. I think this is helping in that regard with all the hormones and stuff. These newer things like the chromium, this pycnogenol, I don't know if I can take these 2 things during pregnancy. Acetyl-L-carnitine and alpha-lipoic acid could be taken their amino acids. The MSM didn't see anything wrong with them, but he didn't see any need in me continuing to take them because they weren't necessary in pregnancy. Now, if I'm still trying to control my glucose, maybe it's worth me continuing to take them because I didn't realize that they were helping with my glucose at the time that I was taking them. Oops, sorry. So I simply ran into them because I was looking for ways to help increase egg quality. So that is why I was taking them before. But I'm taking them now. I know that they help with egg quality, so it was a really quick jump to get back on them. But it's really about my glucose this time around that I'm taking them. So maybe I'll stay on them in pregnancy to keep my glucose straight. So that is all my supplements. Everything else that I take are related to my chronic illnesses. So I do still take metformin that helps in keeping the insulin needs down, as well as diet. I am only on nifedipine. It's an extended release. I take it once a day. That's for my blood pressure, only because I just needed a little bit of help because my blood pressure is very stress sensitive. And so when I'm stressed out, my blood pressure goes like this. I have been on a statin. So I've been on a rosuvastatin for my cholesterol. Apparently I developed high cholesterol in pregnancy. It has not left me. So my cholesterol is controlled on rosuvastatin. Unfortunately, I can't take that in pregnancy. So they kind of just live with high cholesterol in pregnancy. According to the MFM, every pregnant woman has high cholesterol. So we'll just deal with that and work with that as it comes. All right, definitely going to make sure I get a list of all these supplements. Yep. I'll put a list in the description. I didn't because I was just trying to get it out there, but I'll get a list of all of these. And then, like Tanika was saying, I will definitely chapter. So if you wanted to come back, you can just click the link to chapter back to this instead of having to get through the whole 3.5 hour live. Yeah, supplements are not FDA regulated, so the third-party testing is important. Otherwise, these companies can put anything in a bottle and no agency verifies accuracy. Yes. And also check the ingredients, right? The other ingredients of your supplements. You will find all kinds of like additives and stuff in some of these supplements. And that helps me make a lot of decisions like, why is there so much filler in a supplement, right? Like just make the pill smaller. But why do you need to add, so much filler in there? So it was really hard in picking like brands for some of these things. The alpha lipoic acid you see I'm using Sundown. And then the acetyl L-carnitine, I'm using Natural Life. But I mean, I could have easily gotten both of these in pure encapsulations, but it's expensive. So I went on a serious hunt and looking at labels and really just trying to find supplements that were decent, that had, real reviews, and that also looking at the labels and making sure what's supposed to be in it is in it. You will be surprised, like when you look at some of these, they say it's like 15 milligrams or 1500 milligrams, but it's got a bunch of other stuff in it that they don't mention on the front label. So you really have to read the supplement facts to know what you're getting, and a lot of it can be fillers or Lord knows what else, so you got to be careful, right? Again, they are not all created equal. All right, Miss Lex, thanks for joining, honey. And keep us posted if you want to. I know it's your story, you can share what you want, but keep us posted on how things are going for you. All right, do you feel that the metformin helped your fertility? My OA doctor has placed me on it. To be honest, I feel like metformin doesn't do a whole lot for me at all. I might as well not even take it. I take it because it makes the doctors happy that I'm on it, but it does literally nothing. I've actually done testing with the metformin because I had issues with my morning glucose being high, and even taking the metformin at night did not help that situation. What helped my high glucose in the morning was basically chewing and swallowing 5 almonds the moment I woke up in the morning. That dropped my glucose faster than anything. Diet has always done better than metformin. And I'm on, I've been on 500 twice a day, right? So metformin's intent is to keep your glucose from going high. It does not lower glucose when it's already high. So having an insulin resistance. If I wake up and my glucose is 150, taking metformin is not going to lower me from 150. It might keep me from going to 200, but it's not going to lower me from 150. So I would actually have to take insulin to lower my morning glucose because my body's not doing it on its own. What I did find in some of the experiments that I was doing on myself is if I ate like a handful of nuts the first thing in the morning, my glucose would drop in the morning. Even though I woke up with it high, it would drop because I ate something. That is actually a different kind of condition. Sorry. That's actually a different kind of condition that you can have. My old acupuncturist kind of put me onto it. There's something called the Samaja effect, and then there's something called the I forget what it was. I did a video about it a while ago. If I remember, I'll put it here. About the two things that can affect your morning numbers, because your glucose, like your body will just start pushing glucose in the middle of the night, and so you wake up, or it'll drop in the middle of the night. Because my endocrinologist, he started making me like set an alarm to get up to take my glucose between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning to kind of see what was happening. But I could see it happening on a Freestyle Libre where my glucose would literally tank. And now it's not so much 2 to 3 in the morning. Sometimes it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. It's like between 1 and 3. My glucose will literally just tank in my sleep. And then because of that, your body is reactive. So your liver will push glucose to keep you from dying, right? And so because it's pushing glucose, even though I haven't eaten anything, I haven't drinking anything, my body is just pushing glucose to keep me from dying. And so it'll shoot my glucose up. But there is nothing in my body, the natural insulin, even though I have a normal amount of insulin in my body's not reacting to it. So that's the resistance part. So that insulin does not get released to drop the glucose down normally. That's what happens with regular people who don't have insulin resistance. But when you have an insulin resistance, that's sort of the thing you're fighting, right? This is my first time making it through a full live. I usually catch on late. Oh, I'm glad you're still here, Arlette. It's been a long time to be here. I didn't intend it to be this long. But, hopefully there's something to learn. Thanks, Tanya. Me too. I'm always missing out on the lives when I'm doing better. Hopefully I can keep it up. Well, I know, Tanya, you're gearing up for January. So that's exciting, right? So hopefully there's something in there that can help you have a better experience than I'm having right now. Talk to your doctor, all that great stuff. Thanks for sharing the supplements. I take most of that stuff as well. I think I will switch to the Pure Blend. Yeah. So, the brand of supplements it matters, right? Some of the stuff we find in like the CVS, the Walgreens, the Rite Aids, the Duane Reade, they're cheap, and they're cheap for a reason, but also don't be fooled. Just because the supplement is expensive doesn't mean it's the best thing either. Okay. And there are some reasonably priced supplements that are still really good. So, you just really have to read the labels, do your research, mind the reviews, and take it all with a grain of salt. And don't put too much pressure on yourself. Supplements are expensive, and I have told people, like, on my journey, there was a point before that I was paying $300-$400 a month in supplements, and that's addition to everything else. And so you're trying to give it your best shot, and a lot of these supplements, you got to be on 3 months before you even start your cycle. It's a lot. Right? When you're trying to do acupuncture, you might be trying to do chiropractic, you might be trying to do, something else, and then all the supplements, and then pay for IVF or the TTC journey, whether that be IUI or what have you. It's a lot, and it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. But you do what you can, and you just try to make the smart choices. That's why when I presented the supplements, I wanted to present like my top. As far as what I think is most effective for the journey, so you don't feel like you got to buy all of this. because mixed with my medications, I swallow about 21 pills every morning. That's not an easy thing to do. It's not an easy thing to do, especially coming into this as sort of a second round of TTC. It was very hard for me to get back into swallowing all these pills again. Very hard. Once I got off it, it was very hard to get back on it. All last year, I was trying to get back into the mode, and I just couldn't. And I struggled the first half of this year to get into it as well. Just a lot going on, and it's just really hard. But you finally get some deadlines and some dates, and you gotta get back into that regimen. And I am not a pill popper. I'm not a pill popper at all, and so we're all just trying our best out here. We're all just trying our best. You don't have to do everything. Don't stress yourself out, because that's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than, not taking a supplement, is stressing yourself out about trying to take it or not taking it. So you do what you can do, and leave it at that. You prioritize. Definitely prioritize. And in the end, I think persistence and perseverance. That's how you get to the end, right? Persistence and perseverance. It's just nice to talk to and hear another adult's voice in the house. I hear that. I hear that. I hear that. Yeah. I need Santa to bless me with a few boxes of Follistim for Christmas, child. Or maybe a few vials of Omnichoke, because that's child. I know what you mean. That was a struggle after a year off of them. Yeah, it's really hard. Like, not being a pill popper, like swallowing all these pills, and then you don't know what's gonna work, what's not gonna work. You're worried about, how the cycle will go and all of that great stuff. It's just, I don't know, but I will say the supplements does great for my fingernails. My fingernails are growing beautifully. I mean, they're a little jacked up right now, but I gotta cut them and let them grow out. But my fingernails was doing great. My hair was doing great. I guess my skin was doing great. But now I'm on all these hormones, so my body's like, oh, what's going on? So I don't know. I just feel so incredibly like off and wonky and not myself, for the sake of this cycle. And it's just like, oh God, is it worth it? Like, do I want this baby bad enough? I don't know. Like, I do. It's like, it's a lot. It's a lot. And it's a mental struggle every day. A mental struggle. Thank you, Arlette. Yeah, thank you. It's one day at a time, right? It's just one day at a time. And I cannot tell you how much I just want to be done with this part of it. Like, I just want to be done with the egg. This is the most expensive part of it. I just want to be done with this part. Like, whatever happens after I'm done is what happens. I already know once I exhaust my 2 IVF vials of sperm, that is it. I will not be doing any more TTC, after this. So if I can't get a baby out of what comes, out of these, then it wasn't meant to be. And, me and baby G will live happily as a mom and baby family. Perhaps I will meet some nice single dad who has a daughter or a son where they can have, that's young, that they can grow up together and be siblings that way. And there is also his dibling family, which we are in contact with as well. So he does have siblings who he can be in contact with and have like, I guess, that rapport where they understand, because they're kind of in the same position of being donor conceived. So I'm blessed to have that as well. So I'm not putting a lot of pressure on myself, but I know what my limits are. And I had an opportunity to get more sperm than I purchased, but I knew at the time that I purchased the sperm that I had 2 egg retrievals left in me. And maybe not so much 2 egg retrievals, but basically 2 egg retrievals where they attempt to fertilize. And that's it. I didn't want to do anymore. So I didn't tempt myself to try to get any more. And there's probably a possibility for me to get more sperm as well. But in all actuality, I cannot justify spending the same amount of money that I spent trying to get baby G, because every dollar that I spend trying to get baby number two is food out of his mouth and toys out of his toy box. And I just don't have the emotional capacity to keep going through it for that long, and manage a toddler. Right. So I have to think about it that way. I need baby G to get the best of me, and not be like so broken down. So I am grounding myself in the fact that this is it. And also, I'm turning 43. This was hard at 38, right? I had a hard time getting baby G at 38. It is 4 years later. I have no reason to expect this wouldn't be hard as well. I'm just hoping that with better blood work, with my vitamin D in a better place, knowing about the MTHFR, about all the things that I found out when trying to do those transfers, I'm hoping Omnitrope did its job, as part of this cycle, and hopefully can get me more euploid embryos to make this happen. And I'm not planning to have like 5 kids. If I end up with extra embryos, I'm happy to donate them to families who need them. I'd like to be in contact with the families who use them, but I understand if they have to go anonymous. I would feel good about that. But this is tough. This is tough, and I understand, why, women, and I've watched documentaries where, women have just gone through so many of these, and it's just like the wherewithal to go through that many cycles. I just don't have it in me. And maybe I did if I absolutely had to. I don't know. I didn't think I would last 2 years to get baby G either. I was a wreck at 6 months, right? But I guess, like, when you're really, 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 really going for it. Now, the goal was to become a mom. Goal accomplished, right? The secondary goal was a sibling, right? And I think that's important, but I can't make myself a wreck or put us into a cardboard box trying to get a sibling for him, right? Love makes you family. Blood makes you related. Love makes you family, right? So, he can find his siblings another way, not necessarily, from me or me birthing another baby. So that reality is out there, and I'm trying to ground myself in that as well. Not saying I don't want this and I don't want this to happen. If I didn't want it, I wouldn't even try. But I would kick myself if I didn't try. So I'm trying, but I can only do what I can do, within reason. And I have to limit myself, or I'll drive myself crazy. So I, got to put those limits on myself. I have problems with pills. I was taking prenatal gummies until someone gave me good advice. Sugar impact. Yeah, and also you don't get the absorption from gummies that you do from the capsules, right? You almost have to take twice as many gummies than they suggest to really get that absorption. So, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, I don't know. Would it be worth making a smoothie? Maybe dumping all the capsules in the smoothie and mixing it up and trying to get it that way? Would that be better? That might be better than the gummies. I had to come back with 6 omega-3 pills a day. Talk about hard pills to swallow. Yeah, listen, these are not small pills. This is that EPA DHA. These are not small. They're gel caps, so they kind of go down easy, but they ain't small. They ain't small at all, right? That's a big gel cap. Oh no, I know. Oh, bad dream. The vacuum? What about the vacuum? Who's here? Oh. He was at the neighbor's house. They have a robot vacuum. He was like terrified of it. So I don't know. Maybe he's having a bad robot vacuum dream. I don't know. Yeah, those omegas are huge. I can't seem to get them down. Yeah. Well, you can poke them. Put them in a smoothie. Get them down that way. You can do it. We're here to support. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Lexus. I thought you were leaving. My stomach is grumbling. I gotta get something to eat. I had breakfast. I did not have lunch, and it's dinner time. We're edging on dinner time now. So I love your approach. I totally agree. You gotta come out sane on the other side. Absolutely. And I just, you know, I knew what my sort of emotional limit was with the IVF. And I mean, I got a coworker. She's done 2. She's looking to do 4 next year. And I was like, girl, you are the IVF warrior, girl. I mean, I know I've done this twice already, and she's sort of coming behind me, but it's just, I can't. It was way too much. And maybe it was just the trauma of all the drama that came along with those cycles that kind of ruined me for it. But this time around, like, I limited myself this time around because of all the mental drama. But the physical toll that this cycle is taking on me with this level of hormone, I did fine physically last time. This time I'm a mess. And I don't want to keep doing this at all. I don't want to keep doing this at all. And I'm blessed to be a mom. I'm just keeping it real. Nobody wants to do IVF. Nobody wants to have to do IVF, and I like Tamikia said, gotta be sane on the other end of it. Gotta be sane. And this is a lot to put yourself through when you already have a lot going on. So I just, I gotta pace myself. And the thing about it is pacing myself. I'm up here already. And, even the way this cycle is going, maybe I'll get, if my estrogen didn't fall too much, it's possible I might get 6 eggs tomorrow. I'd be happy with 5. Hopefully the Omnitrope has done its job. 5 will be about half what I was getting before. That's to be expected, right? I'm 4 years older. I just hope Omnitrope has done its job and I can get more to make it to blast. But I don't know. Gotta see. Just gotta see. Just gotta see. Truly hope that happens for you. Thank you, Phoebe. Thank you. The Omnitrope gave me a large cyst, so my doctor would not allow me to continue with it, which made me sad. Yeah, Heather Page, I don't know if you were on earlier where I was saying that my estrogen dropped from Friday morning to Saturday morning. And and the thought is perhaps I had a cyst, maybe from the Omnitrope. I've been off Omnitrope for a few days now, so I pretty much stemmed out of Omnitrope. They didn't have any more to give me, so I used all 12 doses of Omnitrope, and maybe there was a cyst that has since resolved itself, and that might be the drop in my estradiol. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, the drop was there before the ultrasound because the blood work was taken before the ultrasound. So the drop was already present. What's in there is in there, right? I do think, like I said, that the doctor did mention that 20 plus millimeter follicle on Saturday morning. Maybe that's the one that resolved. I'm hoping it was a cyst that resolved and not a follicle that ovulated, right? They've not asked for another blood work, so I don't know about my progesterone. The progesterone seemed to drop from Friday to Saturday. What's wrong, baby? So, all right, he's kind of in between awake and sleep. So maybe maybe it was just a cyst that resolved and now it's not generating the estrogen, and that's the drop. And so the number that I have is like maybe my true follicle estradiol. I don't know. This is all very new for me. I've never had this experience before, and the doctor ain't around for me to ask. So I could ask tomorrow morning when I get in what the thoughts are about the fact that my estradiol dropped between Friday and Saturday, and see what they say. Perhaps I will see if the doctor is willing to have that conversation with me, because they're not posting my blood work in the portal. So I had to go to the patient portal of the lab to get the numbers. So I'm glad I'm doing that, and I'm interested in these numbers because they're not saying anything. So I'm glad that, you know, the retrieval is first thing in the morning. It's at 9 a.m. I already triggered last night at 10 p.m. and I got to be there at 8 a.m., which means I got to pick my sitter up at 7 so we can be on the road and gone to get there at 8. So y'all pray for me, because I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I've been feeling a little funny in the abdomen. You know, like I said, the egg white cervical mucus is still there, which says I do still have some high estrogen. Just don't know how much. And you know, 5 eggs would be great. Any eggs, I'll be grateful for. You know, if I get any more than that, I just hope there are some decent quality eggs in there. And I would really not have I would really like to not have to go through this again in December, but I think I'm not gonna have much of a choice. I'm gonna have to go through it again in December, and at least I can just get that over and done with in December, and then enjoy the rest of the year, you know, not worrying about it, and you know, get back to it next year on transfer, knowing that there's no more egg retrievals to be done, and that all my sperm is exhausted. And you know, and even just to exhaust the last sperm vial, because I have IVF vials and they are sold as pairs, right? So it's not like I can sell the other vial back. I would essentially be throwing it away. So, yeah. So even if it's just to exhaust that second vial, to do the second retrieval and be done with it. Just be done with it. I just want to be done with it. That's where I am. That's where I am mentally. I just want to be done with it. Oh, thank you, Phoebe. I'm trying to keep you up, even though you know my videos are so delayed. But just trying to keep you up. That's like me. I'm keeping myself busy, get my body ready and geared up, not thinking about anything or worrying about anything. Yep. You gotta kind of just, you know, just go through it, you know, day by day. Don't worry about things until there's something to worry about, right? And I'm trying really hard, but this whole cycle is like, I believe I'm being overstimmed. Now I believe my stimulation is being extended longer than it should. Oh my God, am I ovulating or not? And it's kind of like, okay, you know, new doctor, new process, trust the process. And you only get one time to burn me, okay? Because this stuff is too much, too expensive to be messing around, you know? So, I'm hoping that things are still good come tomorrow. I still want to talk about the protocol though, regardless of what happens. I still want to talk about the protocol if they give me an opportunity, and I want to try to have that water sino before the end of this year as well. So we need to have some conversations about that, because I want to get these procedures done this year while my deductible is paid. Yes, quality over quantity. We're naming it and claiming it for tomorrow. 5 high quality eggs, 5 high quality embryos. All make it to blast. Woo! From your fingertips to YouTube to God's eyes and ears. Tamika, seriously. Seriously. Sending you lots of positive vibes and prayers tomorrow, sis. Thank you. Thank you. I can't eat anything after 11 o'clock. Um, which means I'm gonna take my metformin tonight. Because the only thing that they're really allowing me to take tomorrow morning is my blood pressure med. So, and I can only have like a little sip of water, with that. So I'm gonna try to keep that together. I, I feel you, Tanya. Uh, we will be cycle buddies in January. Yay! 2 years cycling in January. Good job. Good job. So it's a lot, it's a lot, y'all. And hopefully, I know there's a lot of disruption, especially with this one here earlier in the live. But hopefully this helps somebody, this answers to questions about the supplements. Um, you know, it's funny though, because they had me do a urinalysis and a CBC in preparation, right? And I was just like, a urinalysis, and they were like, oh yeah, it's part of your pre-op, and I was like, what? For egg retrieval? I've never had to do one of those, but okay. And to be honest, I feel like it's the doctor looking for something that he didn't find. All my organs are doing fine because I see my endocrinologist. I already know where these things are, and my A1C is lower despite being on all these hormones and stuff. And everything is looking good from that perspective. My kidneys are great. My liver is great. The cholesterol is doing great. Everything is doing great. But this doctor seems to think nothing is controlled, and it's just like, but it is. It is controlled, right? It's very much so controlled considering all the extra hormones you got me on. So it's just, I just really feel like he leaned into me for like no good reason and didn't want to hear anything that I had to say. And I feel like a discussion about respect, like, okay, I gave you the floor. You got to say what you want to say. You don't get to interrupt me because you don't like what I'm saying or what I'm saying is making sense, but you want to be right, And it's just like, don't tell me I'm not taking it serious. Like, don't confuse what might come across as like a nonchalant demeanor as me not taking it seriously. Well, he's like, well, this is coming from a place of concern. Is it though? I have an endocrinologist. Like, this is not new news. Like, you coming in here going, girl, you diabetic. Okay. So what else is new? That, been here, done this. Oh, well, how old were you then? Well, you're a lot older now, so things are different now. Is it? I No, I don't think it's that different. So it's just, I don't know. He didn't want to hear anything. Like, I have an endocrinologist. He's part of the team, doc. He's part of the team. You want to talk to him? You know? So I know what I'm doing. Let me do me, you know? Oy vey. Hey, Dustin for greatness. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, Boo. Thank you. Thank you. Very helpful tips and info. Pray everything works out in your favor, girl. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh. Pray they find me some girly sperm for tomorrow. Provided I got eggs to give. Let's pray they find me some girly sperm. I will take another boy. But we will cross our fingers and ask the Lord for favor in finding us another little girl embryo that I can transfer. Since my first one didn't work. Yay, Heather, please keep me posted. Yes, keep us posted. I'm glad you're speaking up for yourself. Always, Miss Lexex, always. It's just, a lot of times it's about finding the best timing. Sometimes these doctors don't want to hear what you have to say. I mean, this doctor likes to talk a lot. Y'all know I like to talk too. But this doctor likes to talk a lot. And I've literally watched him big up himself on these education sheets that he's put together to educate the patients, that he's also educating the staff. He's like, this is the best thing that I've come up with. And it's just like, okay, Doug. Like, I'm not trying to say that I know everything, but I know a lot about this, and I understand you're trying to train the staff. And he understands that I know a lot about this process. There are things that are happening that's new to me, so I don't have any experience with it, and I can't call it one way or the other. And so it's just a wait and see for me, which is why I have not necessarily spoken up about being over medicated. Considering that my follicles got a slow start, I don't really have a justification about being over medicated. But they took off, and once my body, got used to the situation. And the thing about me doing IVF before is I was already on IVF meds for my 3 IUIs, so I think my body got like a dose of it. And so by the time I got to IVF, my body had been used to having, those hormones, the artificial hormones in my system, and so maybe just responded to it better. I don't know. But I honestly feel like he couldn't have possibly paid attention to the blood work that I did in March, considering he never once asked me about my hemoglobin. He never once asked me about my iron. Those are things that I think would have stood out to him in that blood work, that he would immediately put me on some kind of prescription iron or something to get that back up, and then did a recheck. He never did any of that. So I can only assume you never looked at that blood work because you never said anything about it. Now all of a sudden, I'm taking all this expensive meds. I'm going into an egg retrieval, and all of a sudden you want a CBC on me so you can see what my hemoglobin looks like. Is that because you finally took a look at that blood work and you want to see where my hemoglobin is? Or is this just something that I'll do standard? I don't know. I don't know any other. Y'all tell me. I don't know any RE that does a CBC and a urinalysis before you go into an egg retrieval. So I don't know. So has anybody else had that experience? I certainly did not have that experience, right, before. So and I have, done my procedures at their facility. So nobody asked me to do that blood work. So I'm thinking he asked for the urinalysis because he believed my glucose to be out, not in control, right? And my urinalysis came back beautiful, right? No glucose in my urine, no proteins in my urine, everything's green across the board, And I believe maybe the CBC is because maybe he got a glimpse and just wanted to see where my hemoglobin was. There isn't a lot of bleeding associated with an egg retrieval, so why they would need that, I don't know. Right, but I'm thinking maybe he saw that 9 in the previous blood work and wanted to see where it was. I had my primary care physician check on it, right, since he never did. So I knew that my hemoglobin was back because I was taking the iron. My iron is still on the low side, but my hemoglobin is on the low normal side, like it's just into normal. Could I beef up my iron? I certainly could, and I have, right? So now I'm taking the extra iron supplement twice a day instead of once a day. So I know, that that's been an issue. I've been iron deficient my entire life. So I know that that's a thing for me, but are you really looking at my chart, right? And, developing your protocol based on my chart, or are you just looking at me 42 years old, overweight, and deciding that you just needed to max me out in drugs? Because that's what I feel like he did. I can't prove it, but that's what I feel like he did, which is why I feel like we need to have a discussion about the protocol, especially if I'm going to do another one in December. Have you been successful? Having a baby destined for greatness? Where have you been? Where have you been, girl? You've not been watching Tanika? You need to go over to her channel. Just look at her at the titles of her recent videos. Oh, we'll just give you time to do that. Miss Lex, I'm going on my evening walk before it gets dark. Catch y'all next time. All right, Miss Lex, be safe out there. Yeah, that's for greatness. I know you've been in school, but girl, where you been? Where you been, girl? Oh, goodness me. All right, ladies, this is another 4-hour live. I was tired when I came in here. I'm definitely tired now. Didn't I say he'd be asleep for like 3 hours? He's got another hour to go. But probably when I move, he'll probably wake up. So I got to figure out dinner at 6 o'clock. I'm gonna have to go now. Thank you for hanging out with me and being patient with us as I dealt with him in a true single mom moment, right? Trying to get through this live with this 3-year-old who was very possessive of me. So thank you for being patient with me through that as well. I'm praying for 6 or 7 healthy eggs tomorrow. God will do it. Thank you, Heather. Thank you. I've never been on Tamikia page. I'm gonna have to visit. Yes, Miss Lex, absolutely. Okay, bye for real. All right, girl, bye. Will he sleep tonight? Yeah, he'll sleep tonight. He takes like a 2 to 3 hour nap every day. Or at least with the sitter. He sleeps through the night still. He doesn't sleep like a whole like 8 hours or whatever, probably because he has such a long nap. So he'll wake up. If he doesn't wake up now, he'll wake up like 7, and then he'll have dinner. He'll get his bath, and then he'll probably go to sleep maybe 10:30, and then he'll sleep till probably like 6:30 to 7:30 tomorrow. So I guess that is like 8 hours. So I don't know. Kids are supposed to sleep longer than that, but he does take really long naps. And to be his age and still nap the way he does, goes a long way. And when he doesn't get the nap during the day, he'll fall asleep early, like 7:30. He'll fall asleep early and pretty much sleep through the night. So yeah, he'll be good. He'll be good. Good night, Tanya. Let me finish my laundry. Happy Sunday. Oh, Tanya. Good night. Good night. Baby Dust. Baby Dust. Yes, congratulations. Destined for greatness, you have been out of the loop, girl. Out of the loop. Ooh, get some rest. No rest for the weary, Stephanie. I'm probably going to be up a good bit tonight. One, because I'm scared to oversleep tomorrow. Definitely got to get out the door by about 6:30 to get to the sitter, which is 6:30 is usually when I'm waking up. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting night. But I actually have to take a bio break. I've been holding this urine. I gotta get that going. So I'm gonna let y'all go. Let me get through the rest of these. Happy thoughts, high vibrations. Good night, good night. Stephanie, thank you. I went to sleep earlier. Yeah. Yes, naps are great. I love naps. Oh, Tanika, Stephanie, say hi. I need to catch up on all the SNBC channels. Yes, yes. A lot of good things going on now, girl. You got to get on out there. Got to catch up with everybody. Got to catch up with everybody. So, all right, ladies, thanks. Or gents, if there's some gents out there just not commenting, or if you're watching on a replay, thank you for hanging out with me. I know this is a super, super long live. It's hard to get all this stuff out here, but I'm trying to keep y'all up to date about what's going on. And it's just easier to come in here and do a live. The only thing about it is we tend to be on here for like ever. So that's the only thing. But I don't mind it as long as you all are here to ask the questions. I'm here to answer, and I'm happy to share whatever I have or point you to somebody who might be able to give you information that I don't have, or to help you along in the way. So thanks for hanging out with me. I could never do a live that is 4 hours long without you all being here with me. So, so I appreciate that as well. Thank you all for just being part of the fam. You know what I mean? Thank you all. So with that, I will bid everyone adieu. It's starting to get late. I gotta do dinner. I gotta go to the bathroom and then do dinner for us, so I can make sure I eat because I can't eat too late. And start getting this one here prepped for the week. I got to put a couple loads of laundry in, and then get back to doing some relaxing because I got a long day ahead of me tomorrow. So a long and emotional day. I am glad to not be on the hormones though. I will say that. I guess I'm not on like the FSH and the LH and all of that great stuff, but I do have HCG running through my system, so that's a whole other thing. that would explain what's going on up here. So, it is what it is. This is the what they call it, the TMI channel, right? It's all TMI when you're talking about TTC. But thank you, ladies. I know a few of you folks are starting to drop off now. So, but I appreciate you. Sticky baby dust to all of TTC. Bye. Baby G is starting to wake up. So, bye, ladies. I'll be back. Don't worry. Good night.